אל תגיד, יש פה שומר כן. זה באמת אבל זה לייף סייבר. במקום להחזיק זה שובר לך את הידיים ועושה לך עוד
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will be beginning shortly.
מה אתה רוצה? בוא רגע, בוא איתי.
gonna find some place to be. If I'm gonna stand here? אתה מדבר עברית, אחי? נו, סבבה. אין בעיה. ספיינים או שאתה... זהו, אני גם לא רושם, אחי, אני חסכוני.
טוב שהוא מוריד כפות.
כפות? לא, אני מחם צוואר, אחי. אבל למה אנגלית, אחי? מה רצה? לא, אחי, הר חומני, איזה... כן. גם אתה? אתה ממעם? פעולה. יש הרבה. כן, אין בעיה, תן לי קטנות כאלה, אני אקרא. אם אני אעשה ככה? אני אשתדל.
Please ensure that all cell phones are on silent.
קצת להגביר אותה, רפי. מה איתי? שומעת. אני שומעת
יש פה כיסא. צריכה לעמוד, למה? ככה כתוב לך את זה? ככה כתוב לך את זה? אסור לאכול ניחה.
Stößt dich?
Nein.
בכלל, אתה גם לא יודע שאתה רעב. אתה לא יודע שאתה רעב, אבל זה חלק מהאופוריה.
Please ensure that all phones are on silent. We will be beginning shortly. On behalf of the Prime Minister of Israel, His Excellency Naftali Bennett, I would like to welcome to Jerusalem the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, His Excellency Olaf Scholz. The Prime Minister of Israel will make a statement, followed by the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, after which we will take questions from the audience. Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, you are invited to begin your remarks.
אדוני הקנצלר, ברוך הבא לירושלים. אני שמח מאוד שבחרת להגיע אלינו, לישראל, באחת התחנות הראשונות שלך כקנצלר גרמניה. זה לא מובן מאליו. שנינו התחלנו את היום ביד ושם, המקום שמזכיר לנו את הפצע שיושב בבסיס היחסים בין ישראל לגרמניה. היחסים האלה עברו כברת דרך מאז דוד בן גוריון ואדנאואר, והם איתנים מתמיד. יחד נעמיק ונרחיב אותם. היום אני גם שמח לבשר שהקנצלר ואני סיכמנו על יצירת שיתוף פעולה אסטרטגי חדש בין מדינת ישראל לבין גרמניה. זה פורמט של דיאלוג שיקרה פעמיים בשנה בענייני ביטחון, בעניינים מדיניים, ואני חושב שזאת קפיצת מדרגה גדולה למערכת היחסים שלנו. אדוני הקנצלר, אתה מגיע לכאן בזמן הרי גורל ורגיש מאוד. אנחנו שוחחנו כעת ארוכות על המצב באוקראינה. החובה שמוטלת עלינו כמנהיגים היא לעשות הכל כדי לעצור את שפיכות הדמים ולהעביר את ההתרחשות כמה שיותר מהר משדה הקרב לחדרי המשא ומתן. עוד לא מאוחר לכך. אנחנו לצערי בישראל למודי מלחמות. המחיר שלהם הוא גדול, כפי שאנחנו כבר רואים. למרבה הצער זה עלול להיות הרבה יותר גרוע. מדינת ישראל עומדת לצד העם באוקראינה. שלחנו ציוד הומניטרי רב, 3 מטוסים עם 100 טון ציוד, רובו ציוד רפואי, ואנחנו נחושים להמשיך ואפילו לעשות יותר. אדוני הקנצלר, מוטלת עלינו גם האחריות לוודא שלאיראן לא יהיה נשק גרעיני ולא תהיה האפשרות להשיג נשק גרעיני. לא במשמרת שלנו ולא לעולם. אנחנו עוקבים בדאגה אחרי השיחות בווינה, והאפשרות שיחתם הסכם שיאפשר תוך שנים ספורות לאיראן להתקין צנטריפוגות בהיקף רחב, אפשרות זאת אינה מקובלת עלינו. ישראל תדע להגן על עצמה ולהבטיח את ביטחונה ואת עתידה. אנחנו גם מצפים מידידותינו בעולם לא להשלים עם מצב של התקנה מסיבית של צנטריפוגות בעוד 2.5 ולהיערך כבר עכשיו ליום שאחרי. אדוני הקנצלר, אתה סיפרת לי שלך יש 3 מפלגות בקואליציה, לי יש 8. אתה השתתפת בצערך על הקשיים האלה, אבל האמת שלמדנו שריבוי המפלגות הוא לאו דווקא דבר רע, הוא מבטא מרחב רחב של דעות שונות, של אנשים שונים, והמבחן שלנו כדמוקרטיות הוא לדעת לעבוד ביחד עם אנשים שונים עם דעות שונות. העולם כפי שהכרנו אותו משתנה, האתגרים גדולים, ועלינו לשלב ידיים ולעבוד יחד כדי לעמוד בהם. ברוך הבא לירושלים, אדוני הקנצלר. זה ביקור אמנם קצר בשל הנסיבות, אבל אתה התעקשת לבוא, וכבר הספקנו לצקת הרבה תוכן ממשי לתוך השיחות. תודה רבה לך.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. His Excellency Chancellor Scholz, you're invited to begin your remarks.
Ja, ich freue mich hier sehr, in Israel zu sein. Vielen Dank für den herzlichen Empfang und die guten Gespräche, auch die Tipps zur Führung einer Koalition mit vielen Koalitionspartnern. Auch das ist immer wichtig. Es war mir ein ganz persönliches Anliegen, möglichst früh in meiner Amtszeit Israel zu besuchen. Trotz der aktuellen Weltlage habe ich mich entschieden, diesen Besuch durchzuführen, zu machen, und es ist auch richtig so. Genauso war mir das wichtig, meinen Besuch in Jerusalem, in Yad Vashem, zu beginnen. Mein Rundgang heute Morgen hat mich tief berührt und nochmal die historische Verantwortung Deutschlands für den Staat Israel vor Augen geführt. Deutschland wird, darauf können Sie sich verlassen, auch weiterhin fest an der Seite Israels stehen. Neben bilateralen und regionalen Themen haben wir natürlich vor allem über die russische Invasion in der Ukraine gesprochen. Die Nachrichten, die uns jetzt aus der Ukraine erreichen, sind schlimm. Wir sind in großer Sorge über die weitere Entwicklung des Konflikts, und deshalb muss alles dafür getan werden, dass es jetzt zu einer veränderten Situation kommt. Ich will nochmal dazu aufrufen, dass alle Kampfhandlungen sofort eingestellt werden. Attacken auf zivile Infrastruktur und Zivilisten müssen aufhören. Und natürlich geht es jetzt darum, dass die Diplomatie wieder eine große Chance bekommt. Ich bin sehr dankbar dafür, dass wir beide gleichermaßen uns dafür einsetzen werden, dass das möglich ist, dass die Gespräche zwischen Russland und der Ukraine bald wieder fortgesetzt werden. Mit Blick auf unsere bilateralen Themen will ich noch sagen, ich habe mit Premierminister Bennett und besprochen, dass wir das gesamte Kabinett zur Regierungskonsultation nach Berlin einladen. Und ich bin sehr froh darüber, dafür eine Zusage bekommen zu haben. Ich bin sehr dankbar auch für die Vereinbarung, die wir miteinander getroffen haben, einen strategischen Dialog zwischen Israel und Deutschland auf den Weg zu bringen, der systematisch und regelmäßig stattfindet. Das ist eine ganz wichtige Weiterentwicklung unserer Beziehung und ich glaube auch von großer Bedeutung. Wir sind uns auch einig, wir wollen die Gründung eines deutsch-israelischen Jugendwerkes vorantreiben, um unsere Beziehungen zukunftsfest zu machen. Wir werden unsere Ministerien bitten, dafür die Grundlagen und Gründungsdokumente voranzubringen, sodass das bei unseren Regierungskonsultationen dann endgültig finalisiert werden kann. Ich danke sehr für die Führungsleistung, die von dir aus damit verbunden ist, aber die auch dazu führt, dass unsere Beziehungen zwischen Deutschland und Israel auch sich noch einmal weiterentwickeln. Wir haben auch über die Beziehung Israels mit der Europäischen Union gesprochen. Die EU ist der wichtigste Handelspartner Israels. Von unserer engen Zusammenarbeit in Forschung und Wissenschaft profitieren beide Seiten. Das wollen wir auch gerne vertiefen. Und wir haben uns über die Beziehung Israels mit der palästinensischen Behörde ausgetauscht. Da sind in den letzten Monaten Schritte unternommen worden von der israelischen Regierung, um die Zusammenarbeit zu verbessern und die Lebensbedingungen vor Ort zu verbessern. Das begrüße ich ausdrücklich. Um eine erneute Eskalation zu vermeiden, ist es wichtig, dass es zu sichtbaren Fortschritten kommt, auch wenn das gegenwärtig ja nicht um konkrete Friedensverhandlungen geht. Aber trotzdem glaube ich, auf beiden Seiten haben die Menschen ein Recht auf ein Leben in Sicherheit und Würde. Eine nachhaltige Lösung, davon bleibe ich überzeugt, kann natürlich nur in einer Zwei-Staaten-Lösung liegen, die beide Seiten gemeinsam aushandeln. Aber das ist etwas für die Zukunft. Wir haben uns auch über den Iran unterhalten und eben auch über die Sicherheitssituation gesprochen. Ich will deshalb hier nochmal ausdrücklich sagen, dass wir die israelischen Sicherheitsbedenken kennen, ernst nehmen und dass sie uns genauso wichtig sind. Eins ist wichtig, wir müssen verhindern, dass der Iran an Atomwaffen gelangt. Das ist das, worum es zuallererst geht, weil das eine große Bedrohung wäre für den Frieden. Und deshalb ist es unsere Aufgabe, sicherzustellen, dass das verhindert wird. Daran arbeiten wir gemeinsam mit unseren europäischen Partnern und den USA. Wir wissen nicht, wie der Ausgang der Dinge sein wird, aber die Bemühungen haben immer dieses Ziel, genau diese Bedrohung Israels zu verhindern, und darüber sind wir uns völlig einig. Was wir uns wünschen, ist, dass es jetzt auch zu einer Einigung kommt in Wien, denn das ist jetzt der Zeitpunkt, sich zu entscheiden. Das darf nicht weiter aufgeschoben werden und kann nicht immer weiter vertagt werden. Jetzt ist der Zeitpunkt, einmal letztendlich zu etwas Ja zu sagen, was eine gute und vernünftige Lösung darstellt. Ich danke Ihnen, ich danke dir, lieber Naftali, für die Gastfreundschaft und freue mich auf die Fortsetzung der Gespräche, die wir gleich nach der Pressekonferenz haben werden.
Press, Mayor Marziano, Channel 13.
למר הקנצלר, אני אשמח לשאול מה התחזיות של גרמניה לגבי כמויות הפליטים שהצטברו באירופה כתוצאה מהמלחמה, ולראש הממשלה בנט דיברת השבוע, אמרת שישראל מסייעת בשקט לאוקראינה. אם תוכל להעביר מה זה אומר סיוע בשקט, למה ישראל לא מגנה יותר בתקיפות את רוסיה, ואם יש גם כוונה למשל לספק נשק לאוקראינה.
Olaf.
Wir sehen jetzt schon, dass es viele Flüchtlinge gibt, die Europa erreichen, die Staaten der Europäischen Union und natürlich auch Deutschland. Das wird sicherlich mit einer weiteren Eskalation des Krieges noch zunehmen. Und deshalb ist es umso wichtiger, dass wir jetzt erstmal das tun, was unsere Aufgabe heute ist, nämlich dafür zu sorgen, dass dieser Krieg nicht weitergeht und dass es zu Friedensgesprächen kommt, die auch gute Ergebnisse erzielen und dass die fortgesetzt werden können, die dort bereits einmal angefangen haben, auch wenn dort bisher keinerlei Ergebnisse erzielt werden konnten. Aber jeder weitere Tag, in dem dieser Krieg fortgesetzt wird, führt zur Zerstörung nicht nur von Infrastrukturen, sondern eben auch von Menschenleben, von Zivilisten, von Soldatinnen und Soldaten auf beiden Seiten. Und das ist etwas, was wir unbedingt gemeinsam verhindern müssen.
Our policy is measured and responsible, and we're thinking about all the various dimensions and considerations. First of all, as a country who itself has much experience, unfortunately, in war, we call for an immediate ceasefire in Ukraine, and we identify with the citizens that are under considerable danger and stress in Kiev, in Kharkov, in the south, and in other locations. We're helping and assisting Ukraine considerably. Just yesterday we sent over 3 airplanes filled with roughly 100 tons of medicine and other humanitarian aid. This is almost unprecedented amounts in Israel's history. We're working on more things in this context. First, trying to get out safely the Israelis. There's a meaningful Jewish community in Ukraine of a ballpark of 200,000 Jews. Just yesterday I met about 20 young men and women in their 20s from Ukraine whose families are in Kharkov and Kiev, and it's an incredibly difficult time. And we're also out to help the Ukrainian people as such. We're in continuous contact with all the relevant people, and we're going to help as much as we can.
R&D.
I'm working on my German, so in the meantime.
Premierminister, der ukrainische Präsident hat Sie darum gebeten, zu vermitteln, dass Putin seinen Krieg gegen die Ukraine stoppt. Wie werden Sie ihm helfen? Und warum unterstützt Israel nicht mit voller Härte die internationalen Sanktionen und schwächt damit den Versuch, Putin international zu isolieren? Herr Bundeskanzler, Sie haben von der Dramatik des Krieges in der Ukraine gerade gesprochen. Muss Deutschland jetzt mehr Waffen liefern, als Sie bisher zugesagt haben? Und eine Frage, die ich sowohl Ihnen als auch dem Premierminister stellen möchte. Zelensky steht auf der Todesliste von Putin an erster Stelle. In diesem Krieg ist nichts ausgeschlossen. Auf welche Reaktion stellen Sie sich für den Fall einer möglichen Ermordung eines jüdischen Präsidenten ein? Und müssen nicht gerade Deutschland und Israel zumindest Putin davor warnen, dass Zelensky diesen Krieg nicht überlebt?
So as I said, we have a very measured and responsible policy whose goal is to both help the Ukrainian people and do what we can to help alleviate some of the pressures and the consequences of this horrific situation. The Chancellor and myself discussed the practical dimensions that can potentially help the people on ground and help bring this major crisis to a better outcome. Wait, Olaf.
לקנצלר שולץ, אנחנו רואים שהצעדים הכלכליים והסנקציות על הרוסים לא מסייעים בשלב הזה. האם גם האמריקנים, גם מדינות נוספות מתעקשות לא לסייע צבאית לאוקראינה? האם אתה חושב שהעולם צריך להיערך גם לאפשרות צבאית ולסיוע צבאי ממשי לאוקראינים? וגם מה דעתך על המדיניות הישראלית הדי הססנית שאנחנו רואים מול הרוסים? ולראש הממשלה נפתלי בנט, אתמול השגריר האוקראיני דיבר בדמעות על כך שמדינתו זקוקה גם לנשק הגנתי וגם ביקש שישראל תקלוט פליטים מאוקראינה. איך אתה משיב לאוקראינים על שתי הבקשות הללו, גם הסיוע בנשק וגם קליטת פליטים?
Ja, schönen Dank vielleicht für die Frage und ich will auch noch, da war ich nicht ganz zugekommen, die anderen Fragen, die vorher gestellt worden sind, mitbeantworten. Das ist eine gefährliche Situation, denn das ist ein Krieg zwischen dem größten Land der Welt, das zugleich eines der größten Länder Europas ist, Russland, und eine Supermacht, eine nuklear gerüstete Supermacht, und dem zweitgrößten Land Europas. Die Ukraine hat eine entsprechende Landfläche und hat über 40 Millionen Einwohner, und das ist nicht zu unterschätzen, welche Gefahren mit dieser Auseinandersetzung verbunden sind. Deshalb ist die Linie, die wir haben, sehr klar. Wir werden nicht militärisch eingreifen. Das gilt für die NATO, das wird sie nicht tun, und auch für alle anderen. Das wäre in dieser Situation falsch. Was wir tun, ist zu unterstützen in den vielfältigen Möglichkeiten, die da sind, mit finanziellen Möglichkeiten, mit Hilfsgütern, mit den anderen Entscheidungen, die wir getroffen haben. Aber das ist die Entscheidung, die wir getroffen haben. Und bei der ist es jetzt, das ist das, was wir tun können. Die Sanktionen, die ergriffen worden sind, haben ja auch schon jetzt massive Wirkung. Einige schon bevor sie überhaupt in die Umsetzung gekommen sind. Das zeigt aus meiner Sicht sehr, sehr genau, dass wir das Richtige entschieden haben, aber auch die richtige Haltung haben zwischen Konsequenz und auch der notwendigen Vorsicht, die in dieser Frage jeweils geboten ist. Ich glaube, dass das die richtigen Entscheidungen sind. Und natürlich sind wir uns alle einig, dass es nicht angehen kann, dass Personen verfolgt werden. Das ist unakzeptabel, das weiß jeder.
I think Chancellor Scholz's approach is both courageous and wise in a very delicate situation. לגבי שאלתך מוריה, שוחחתי אתמול עם שרת הפנים ואנחנו סיכמנו שכל המדיניות שלנו תהיה מדיניות מרחיבה של בית הלל, ואנחנו מתכוונים לעמוד בזה.
Sie waren gerade in Yad Vashem, in der Hall of Remembrance. Da steht auch der Name Babi Yar auf dem Boden. Der Ort, an dem Deutsche schreckliche Verbrechen an Juden verübt haben und der Ort, der gestern auch von russischen Angriffen getroffen wurde. Was bedeutet das für Sie? Erwächst aus der Geschichte auch eine besondere Verantwortung für Deutschland in der Ukraine und in dem Krieg dort? Und dann Herrn Premierminister Bennett, auch mit Blick auf Babi Yar. Wie positionieren Sie sich dort? Wann erreicht Israel, wann sind rote Linien erreicht in diesem Angriffskrieg Putins auf die Ukraine? Wann positioniert sich Israel? Wann handelt es? Und mit Blick auf die Kehrtwende in der deutschen Verteidigungspolitik. Die Bundesregierung will 100 Milliarden extra in die Bundeswehr investieren. Deutschland rüstet auf. Wie sehen Sie das? Wie wird das in Israel wahrgenommen?
Das war für mich heute sehr berührend, in Yad Vashem zu sein, das zweite Mal. Und auch ein zweites Mal ist wie das erste Mal, man spürt das furchtbare Verbrechen, das dort vor allem von Deutschen an den europäischen Juden verübt worden ist. Und wie wir wissen, an vielen, vielen weiteren Opfern der deutschen militärischen Aggression. Und aus dieser Geschichte erwächst eine ganz besondere Verantwortung. Eine Verantwortung gegenüber dem Staate Israel, eine Verantwortung, immer stark anzutreten gegen Antisemitismus weltweit. Und natürlich erwächst aus unserer Geschichte auch eine Verantwortung, für eine Friedensordnung in Europa zu werben, die Kriege ausschließt. Denn das ist ja die andere bittere Geschichte, dass der Krieg in Europa so viele Menschen zerstört hat. Und darum ist unsere ganz klare Aussage, eine europäische Friedensordnung muss immer beinhalten, dass die Grenzen, dass die staatliche Souveränität und dass die Integrität von Staaten nicht in Frage gestellt werden.
I owe her an answer. First of all, Chancellor Scholz, seeing you at Yad Vashem, and I don't know if people realize, but you insisted, despite the visit having to be much shorter, you insisted that the visit to Yad Vashem remain full, and I couldn't help but seeing that not only your mind was there, but your heart, and I appreciate that. In Babi Yar, there was one of the worst massacres that was the harbinger of the final solution in the early stages, and we saw that just now, and the word that you used, and the word that the Chancellor used when we were talking about responsibility, and I believe regarding your question of military investment, which obviously it's sensitive. I'm not gonna, given the history, but I think Germany today, under your leadership, represents an anchor of stability, of leadership and responsibility in Europe. I think Israel represents an anchor of stability and responsibility in the Middle East. And I think that the new level of the bridge that we're forming between Germany and Israel is good news for the world, where we can bring more stability, more hope, more more positivity in our regions and around. Thank you.
Press conference. Thank you, Prime Minister Bennett and Chancellor Scholz. Please remain seated until the leaders leave the room.
Thank you, sir. I know about it.
Okay. I just want to make sure your life is as easy as possible.
Yeah. Thanks.
try? Yes. All the better if there is good. So now you should be able to hear me. No? Może nie wychodzi na jeździe. It's the whole problem.
Cały czas tam, gdzie byłem.
Dzisiaj just move away
I know, so it looks, let's see if it can work, because radio mic is better than... What is it then? This is just, I'm going to put it out here. Okay. You happy with that? Sounds good?
Yes, sounds good.
Okay, so now let's just focus on here. So you see, just in case there are people coming in.
Okay.
Pobl yn dal i ddod dros y ffin yma yn Medica o'r Ukraine yr ochr arall i fewn i wlad Pwyl. Mae nifer o gerbydau sydd yn dangos bod peth cymorth brys yn mynd draw i'r ochr arall, lle mae yna dirfawr angen amdano fo yn ôl yr hyn da ni wedi glywed. Ond fel ydych chi'n gweld, dim ond ar y degau pan maen nhw'n cael eu rhannhau. Mae pobl yn cerdded drwy'r ffin yma fel ydych chi'n gweld ar hyd y dyddio. Roedd yn ôl y ffigurau diweddarach gan yr UNHCR asiantaeth falle dyddineddus sy'n ymwneud gyda ffoaduriaid a pobl sy'n gorfod mynd o. Mae yna dros 660 o filoedd o bobl. 660 o filoedd o bobl wedi gadael Ukraine yn ystod y cyfnod diwethaf yn syth ar ôl i'r rhyfel ddechrau. Ond wrth gwrs, mae'r rhan fwyaf dal yn Ukraine yn ceisio ffoi, yn ni'n clywed o cyw o gerbydau a phobl cyn belled a 30 milltir yr ochr arall i'r ffin. Mae o broblem ddwys ac mae'n mynd yn ddwys bob. See this kind of thing, any shots like that. This vehicle going in.
check, do you want something like this?
So sometimes when the bus is going, you can see the faces.
Because of the light, I don't see.
So maybe it was like this. It's flat. But of course it's okay.
When you see so much.
Okay, good. So you and the repeat.
Ora credo. Certo, to confine. Io per il momento il SOS ngëm organizoj fjet, janë njëri se këtë hotelit të Gugjës. Mësh me gjetje Airbnb janë ai sam. Fjetja është shumë problem. Këtë full është. Nós estamos me jeito meio Airbnb, de vaga. 100 km për vend. Dhe do të kemë këtu. Edhe ashtu veç kanë natë, nisha me jetë dhomë. Bugjës. Edhe mërë pesha trosha. Stop. Jo, Krakovë, s'ka problem, po Krakovën e ki 300 km për kufin. Ha? Paris. Unë jam marrë me kërë për Prishtinës. Për na e analiz, na e analiz, këna vëzut banal dhe të këmë Nafta, po, janë hypë qmimit. Po nuk ka problem me gjithë, po janë hypë qmimit. Valla, me kanë ta pare në knjit, nuk për di. Në to me kafe, unë të një vesh këmë shoj. Shiko? Hallo? Hallo?
Do you want something? Take you some sandwich or something like this? You want?
Hallo? Si intervento Gucci, dove c'era nota Carucci, nuk e kujtë pashmimi si kanë të parët e këtu. Naftë ka, merë tesha trasha se ftëft është. Po, merë holla oke, atë në që mranqme. Ne, po njës është edhe doze, a merë që është du jakë në trasha se është si një badër nëse është një pash asë të me ftëft. Ja, s'ka tension edhe kur se s'punon internet o të me Qëre moj me këshyrë nëse ati Po, qëre më këllë shumë shtë të internet e parëm medika të parë është një fatë që këtë banesa në
make this through from the car. Wrong, yes, here or there, not
Medical. Sure, aty është një farë Airbnb e prive. Edhe çati çuna. Apo më ose nëse na i sa, nëse sugjen aty është qyteti më i afër, që është 20 kilometra prej këtyre. Ku kanë aftë në natë, e kanë me tut.
Schemischel?
Schemischel. Ой, как он мне që ajo është qytet pak më i madh, është në 20 kilometra, se e ka restorane këtu, se këtu ku jena s'ka as restoran as kushtë. Lule? Ah! Yes. Valla već mrš me vjeti. Ja, maar dat is wel bestaan niet zo barato. Ja, maar dan is hij met techniek. Dan, met techniek, met techniek. Calvei pe prvoje. Calvei pe prvoje. Ha? Ha, gdje će biti majka. Ja na Instagram. Це на WhatsApp. Hajde, ti është atë trosha me. Ka pëq, dorza, shall, që adin që ropa trosha se... Shto, bro. Hajde. Hajde, da mërëm, kalzëm një tani avina, kujena, qyshbina. Hajde. What? Yes, I'm doing it. How you write it?
C-R-C-E-M-Y-S-L. What with this girl? What?
I spoke to the guys.
I have her number. Excuse me.
You're a photo guy.
Excuse me. We were here. Florent Bayrami and Michael Stepaniak and Vicer Kriezju. Gdzie wy chcecie iść?
Ja do domu na Ukrainie jeżdżę. Jak
To tędy musicie iść. Tam na chwileczkę będzie taki chodnik, skręcicie w prawo stronę. Idziecie bardziej? Trzymajcie się!
So much courage.
Yeah. Started such mass, and I think it takes a long time to make order. For sure, to add here or more here. Do ciebie, ale już w tym momencie sprawa jest na razie nieaktualna. najmniejszego jeszcze będę pozwolił coś tam działo, bo tutaj chcieli jeszcze jednego Richtera, ale jeszcze nie wiadomo, czy on będzie w końcu potrzebny, czy nie będzie. Także na razie ci głowy nie zostało. Dobra? No, trzymaj się, myślę, Watch out! Watch out!
We need noisy cars. These quiet cars right now. Much quieter. Much quieter. All the weapons big
Today it was in the news 453,000 only in Poland, and 6,050 or 700,000 all the yeah, this is the biggest. The biggest Medica, yes.
Oh wait, I just saw them walk. a nice shot.
Hey, you don't get in Chevrolet?
Maybe I do you both. Guys, I do you both.
هذا الشيء بيقولك كيف فوتوغرافر ما تفضل متى بدون مسنين. No, come on. Can you move, please? Sorry.
Okay.
Now, there's no bus. You want to do it now? You're going to be my assistant. Oh, you're promoted now, huh? No, you're promoted. Now you're like, I'll give you the star. Yeah. So die hinter der deur. Wil je mij wel? Ja.
When you do it, the company and the same you can try, but you know, if they told you to go out, we locked our place.
Excuse me. All right. Yeah. Aquí me estamos al aeropuerto. What did we report you on the bus?
No, they told me it's not possible to park.
Yeah, we reported.
You can try. Yeah, but I think or you manage to do it, and I occupied. If they told you no,
because I mean everything is there. What is your shit use? Can I?
Stack on.
How is the battery? Okay. Yeah, so it's the same what they told you morning in the road.
Hadi abi ya, yarın hava bir foto. Okej, på det. Quick. Moj. On était pas sur le nom. Dans ce cas, on va c'est pas fort. Yeah, pas нет. Чекаю. Comments. Ask me аппарат. Yeah, don't be sad.
What can I do that one person is working and another one no? This is not my fault.
And you know who's not working.
Yeah,
of course. Look at it.
Hello.
Ognuno ha che solo amici. kere tek Кажуть, що писають на ці штуки, але шумки є. 3 minuti para se muore. Cosa? Che cosa fa? Adesso più. Non posso dire,
Are you from? The cafe? Tea? From? Where are you from? Nu știu care fac, care.
Ai,
Abi veririz. Yok,
Că nu știi statusul.
Da, așa e. Vrei să fii tu cel mai important?
Ce să fii? Cel mai important.
Deci, eu doar la respectiv. Nu, că m-a dăudat și bun. Asta mașină. Acolo.
Să ai un loc. Să ai un loc pregătit dacă faci.
Face pe candidatul ce vrea el, foto am caut, ordine hau. Până la atingem, ne-am adunat aici ca să ne sfări.
Uite acolo pe el? Aha, bine, îl vezi?
Las la portă. Că vine și la într-o oră să ia. Da, e a tam kartu date Maxim. Тут маєте, але далі буде вибивати. Це маєте. Ходіть куди потрібно, на Україну, Європа, куди вам дозволить.
A little bit, okay.
Vale.
I know, a little bit. Okay.
يلا يلا
Алло. 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 Алло, mă auziți? Alo. Alo.
Da, știu, dar momentan după cuvinte. Mai lungă seama, da?
انها بتكون بس كداب على حيط والله العظيم لو اني يقول انه خربت.
During 5 days I came from Kiev. It was very hard. Thank you so much.
Sorry.
Valoarea cu...
Locuitul. Чуть да се изми пара на реварс.
Arriba.
Арабун не.
Your Excellency, we generally do not allow applause in this chamber. But on this occasion, the House quite rightly wants to demonstrate our respect and support for your country and its people in the most difficult of times. Before we start, I would like to point out the British Sign Language interpretation proceedings available to watch on Parliament Live TV. We now come to questions, Prime Minister. I call Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 1.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was in Warsaw and Tallinn, reaffirming our commitment to NATO and our solidarity with Ukraine. Putin has gravely miscalculated. In his abhorrent assault on a sovereign nation, he has underestimated the extraordinary fortitude of the Ukrainian people and the unity and resolve of the free world in standing up to his barbarism. The UN General Assembly will vote later today, and we call on every nation to join us in condemning Russia and demanding that Putin turn his tanks around. If instead Putin doubles down, then so shall we, further ratcheting up economic pressure and supporting Ukraine with finance, with weapons and with humanitarian assistance. Today, the Disasters and Emergency Committee is launching its Ukraine appeal, and every pound donated by the British people will be matched by the government, starting with £20 million. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Graham Stewart.
Men, women, children, terrorised, murdered and maimed. Indiscriminate munitions unleashed on civilian populations with a total disregard both for international law and human life. Can my right honourable friend assure the House that we will accelerate the transfer of military supplies to the Ukrainians and maintain this country's proud record of support for refugees fleeing war?
I thank my right honourable friend, and I hope I can say that I speak for the whole House when I spoke to President Volodymyr Zelensky this morning, and I told him, Mr. Speaker, that we would indeed do everything we can to accelerate our transfer of the shipments that he describes, of the weapons that he describes. And the UK, as the House knows, was the first European country to send such defensive weaponry, and we are certainly determined to do everything we can to help Ukrainians fleeing the theatre of conflict.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, the Right Honourable Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very glad the Ambassador is here so he can hear me repeat what I've said to him privately on a number of occasions, and that is that this House and this country stand united in our support for the Ukrainian people in the face of Russian aggression. And we're all appalled by the shocking footage that's emerged over the last few days. We must stand up to Putin and those who prop up his regime. Mr. Speaker, Roman Abramovich is the owner of Chelsea Football Club and various other high-value assets in the United Kingdom. He's a person of interest to the Home Office because of his links to the Russian state and his public association with corrupt activity and practices. Last week, the Prime Minister said that Abramovich is facing sanctions. He later corrected the record to say that he isn't. Well, why on earth isn't he?
Mr. Speaker, it's not appropriate for me to comment on individual cases at this stage. And it is. But what I can say, and I stand, Mr. Speaker, by what I've said in the House and what we've put on the record. But be in no doubt that the actions that we've already taken, that this House has already taken, are having an effect in Moscow. And by exposing the ownership of properties of companies in the way that we are, by sanctioning 275 individuals, already a further 100 last week, the impact is being felt. And what we will publish in addition, Mr. Speaker, is a full list of all those associated with the Putin regime. Of course, we have already announced sanctions on Putin and Lavrov themselves. I can tell the House that they will have heard what the President of the United States had to say last night. The vice is tightening on the Putin regime, and it will continue to tighten.
Keir Starmer.
I hear what the Prime Minister says and the way in which he puts it, and I hope that may mean we'll see some action in the near future. Last week, Putin summoned to the Kremlin the cronies who prop up his regime. They dipped their hands in the blood of Putin's war. Among them was Igor Shuvalov, Putin's former Deputy Prime Minister. Shuvalov owns 2 flats, not 5 minutes' walk from this house. They're worth over £11 million. He is on the EU sanctions list, but he's not on the UK sanctions list. When will the Prime Minister sort this out?
Mr. Speaker, I think the House should be proud of what we have done already, and I can tell him that there is more to be done, and thanks to the powers that this House and this government has taken, we can sanction any individual, any company connected with the Putin regime. And this government was amongst the first in Europe to ban Aeroflot, Mr. Speaker, from our skies. This government led the way last week in banning the use of SWIFT, Mr. Speaker. And if he talked to any of our European partners, he would understand the leading role the UK has already played and the impact that those sanctions are already having in Moscow. And as I've told him, the squeeze is growing and it will continue to grow on the Putin regime.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, I support the measures that have been taken so far. The ownership of Shuvalov's flats is registered under Sova Real Estate, which is actually owned by Shuvalov and his wife. We only know which oligarch lurks beneath that shell company because of the information obtained and disclosed by Alexei Navalny. Navalny, of course, was poisoned by the Russian state, and he now sits in a Putin jail. Transparency is essential to rooting out corruption. It should be built into our law, but it's not. And I'm ashamed that we only know about Shuvalov's Westminster flats because a dissident risked his life. Is the Prime Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I repeat that the UK, of course, is doing everything that we can to expose ill-gotten Russian loot. And this has been something that we've been working on for a long time. That we actually were the first to impose sanctions on those who who are guilty for the poisoning of Alexei Navalny that he mentions. But what we are bringing forward now is the exposure of the ownership of properties in London and across the whole of the UK in a way that has not been possible before, and that I believe will continue to tighten the noose around Putin's regime. But be in no doubt, it was the UK, Mr. Speaker, that led the way on putting sanctions on the Russian central bank, on putting sanctions on Russian banks altogether, and I'm afraid that we're still out in advance of several of our friends and partners. We want them to go further. I believe that they will, and we will continue to put pressure, Mr. Speaker, ineluctable pressure on the Putin regime.
Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister refers to the long overdue economic crime bill, which, to be clear, we support and will vote through on Monday with speed. The key plank to that bill is a register of who truly owns property in the United Kingdom. But it doesn't come into force for existing owners like Shuvalov until 18 months after the bill passes. At best, that's autumn 2023. Far too long for the Ukrainian people. Why are we giving Putin's cronies 18 months to quietly launder their money out of the UK property market and into another safe haven?
Mr. Speaker, the impact of what the UK is doing, and the impact of and I think the whole House should be proud of what we have done, because we have led the way on this. We led the way on SWIFT, we led the way on Aeroflot, we led the way on freezing the assets of banks. And if he asks about the speed of results, Mr. Speaker, I can tell him that on Thursday, the Russian stock market fell by $250 billion worth of assets that were wiped off. The ruble fell by about 40%. We're now in the third day, Mr. Speaker, in which the Russian stock market has not been able to open. That is thanks to the package of global sanctions, Western sanctions, sanctions that the UK has led in enforcing on the Putin regime. And I think he should acknowledge that.
Stop.
He has acknowledged it. He did acknowledge it.
I have acknowledged it, and I do again. What I'm offering is support to speed this up. On Monday, the Prime Minister knows he has the House with him when this economic crime bill goes through. We could do this on Monday at speed, and I think the whole House would welcome that. So it's an invitation to work together, Prime Minister. The Business Department published a white paper this week. It rightly sets out that the UK's companies register is being exploited to further the interests of the UK's enemies to help them move stolen money into the West. But the same department, on the very same day, published an economic crime bill which did nothing to address this, leaving Companies House untouched and still exploited. So will the Prime Minister work with us to amend the bill on Monday to include the most basic reforms like identity checks for directors?
As I've said, Mr. Speaker, we are bringing forward at an accelerated pace measures to whip aside the veil of anonymity of those who own assets in this country and those who own property in this country. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, we are going to be publishing a list of all those, Mr. Speaker, who have assets that are related to the Putin regime. I'm delighted by the support that the Right Honourable Gentleman is offering. If we can work together to make sure that we strengthen and accelerate the package, then all the better.
Mr. Speaker, we will work in that spirit and bring forward amendments on Monday to try and achieve all the ends that I've identified in these questions. And I think this can be voted through on Monday at speed with the full support of the House. And I'm very pleased that we can show that unity with the Ambassador here watching us. In this week of darkness, we have seen glimmers of hope in the resolve of Ukraine, in the unity of our allies, and in the bravery of Russian protesters. They remind us that the Russian people are not our enemy. They are the victims of thieves who've stolen their wealth and stolen their chance of democracy. For too long, Britain has been a safe haven for stolen money. Putin thinks that we're too corrupted to do the right thing and put an end to it. Does the Prime Minister agree that this House and this country stands united in our support for Ukraine, and now is the time to sanction every oligarch and crack open every shell company so we can prove Putin wrong?
Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and that's why this government has brought forward the unprecedented measures that we have. And I know that the whole House will agree with me that nothing we do in rooting out corruption and corrupt money in London or any other capital should for 1 minute, and I want to agree with him very strongly, should for 1 minute distract from where the true blame for this crisis lies, which is wholly and exclusively and entirely with Vladimir Putin and his regime. And I'm glad that the benches opposite are resolved as we are that Putin must fail in his venture, and that we must ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we protect a sovereign, free and independent Ukraine. And that is what we are going to do. And with the unity of this House, Mr. Speaker, with the continued heroism and resolve of the Ukrainian people, which is so amazing, that we've seen over the last few days, and with the unity of the West that we are seeing, which I think has also taken aback President Putin, I've no doubt at all, Mr. Speaker, that he will fail and that we will succeed in protecting Ukraine.
Bill Parrish. It's you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I, first of all, say how brave the Ukrainian people are, and they have our full support across the whole House. Can I also commend the Prime Minister and the government for the excellent actions we have taken so far. Ukraine is very much the breadbasket of the world, and it grows much wheat. And so therefore, Prime Minister, I think we need to make sure there is food security and also security of global food supply. So would the Prime Minister agree with me that we need also to look to our production in this country to make sure that we can maintain good standard of food production and enhance our food production in order to keep good food and affordable food for the future?
Yes, my honourable friend knows whereof he speaks, Mr. Speaker. He is a great advocate of UK food and farming, and that's why we're increasing the Farming Investment Fund to £48 million. We have a massive opportunity, particularly for UK fruit and vegetables.
We now come to the Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I join you in welcoming the Ukrainian ambassador to our proceedings? Mr. Speaker, with every passing hour, the world is witnessing the horrors of Putin's war in Ukraine. In Kherson, a family of 5, a mother, her parents, her 6-year-old daughter and her baby son were murdered in cold blood by Russian troops. In the same city, a 12-year-old boy watched his mother die as he desperately attempted to save her from the rubble of her own home. These are war crimes happening in Europe right now. Vladimir Putin is a war criminal. And one day soon, Putin must face justice in The Hague. Mr. Speaker, to prosecute Putin and his regime, the full range of war crime charges need to be used, including the crime of aggression by a state. But the UK has always refused to sign up to the prosecution of this crime in international law. Surely with Putin's crime of aggression in plain and horrific sight in Ukraine, now is the time to drop that opposition. Will the Prime Minister meet with me to discuss this? And will he amend the UK War Crimes Act? And will he support the ICC prosecution for Putin for his crimes of aggression against the people of Ukraine?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm in principle, of course, happy to meet the Honourable Gentleman at any stage, but I can tell him that what we have seen already from Vladimir Putin's regime in the use of the munitions that they have already been dropping on innocent civilians, Mr. Speaker, in my view, already fully qualifies as a war crime. And I know that the ICC prosecutor is already investigating, and I'm sure the whole House will support that.
Ian Blackford.
I thank the Prime Minister for that answer, and let's work together across this House to make sure that Putin is prosecuted, that he is held to account. Mr. Speaker, just as we seek to punish and prosecute Putin for his crimes, we need to help the Ukrainian people right now. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians are fleeing the horrors of this war, and they desperately need refuge and sanctuary. The UN estimates that well over 500,000 Ukrainian refugees need urgent help, most of them women and children. This is a moment for Europe to stand united in the face of Putin's war. The European Union have acted and waived all visa requirements for Ukrainian refugees. The UK government stands alone on our continent in so far refusing to do the same. Nicola Sturgeon, Scotland's First Minister, has made clear our country stands ready to open our borders and our hearts to the people of the Ukraine, but the UK government must bring down the barriers. Will the Prime Minister join with our European partners and waive all visa requirements for the people of Ukraine who are fleeing war?
Mr. Speaker, the EU already, because of its Schengen border-free zone, has its own arrangements with Ukraine. They differed for a long time from those of the UK. But what we do have is a plan, Mr. Speaker, to be as generous as we possibly can to the people of Ukraine. And the numbers that will come just under our family reunion scheme could be in the hundreds of thousands, to say nothing of the special new path that we're opening up for those coming, the humanitarian path, Mr. Speaker, that is also uncapped. And I think that's the right thing to do. What we won't do, Mr. Speaker, is simply abandon all checks. We don't think that that is sensible, particularly in view of the security concerns, the reasonable security concerns about people coming from that theatre of war.
James Daly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the 28th of July last year, every Labour councillor in Bury voted in favour of Andy Burnham's plan to impose a 493 square mile clean air charging zone upon my constituents and the residents of Greater Manchester. The Mayor's plan, a tax on jobs and opportunity, is based upon flawed data and should be scrapped. Does my right honourable friend agree?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and as somebody who once had to deal with a badly thought out low emission zone before, it is totally wrong to impose measures thoughtlessly that damage business and don't do very much to protect clean air. And I think the mayor of Manchester has done the wrong thing, and I'm glad that we're delaying. And I congratulate my honourable friend and other local Conservative MPs in the Manchester area who have shown common sense, Mr. Speaker.
Savile Roberts.
My Wales-based constituent works for the British International School in the Ukraine. The school employs 60 British citizens, most of whom thankfully escaped via a bus over the weekend. Now, I heard the Prime Minister's response earlier on to my colleague from the SNP, the leader of the SNP. But given the lack of a humanitarian corridor, 173 Ukrainian colleagues from that school are stuck in Kiev and Dnipro and ineligible for the Home Office's humanitarian sponsorship pathway due to the school being domiciled in the Ukraine. Wales aspires to be a nation of sanctuary. Our neighbours in Ireland have waived all visa requirements for 3 years. Why won't he allow us to provide the same humanitarian welcome?
I thank her very much, and I understand. Obviously, I know the whole House will want to help the 173 that she mentions in Ukraine. I think the arrangements that we have are right, and they will be very generous, and they already are very generous indeed. And I think the House should be proud, by the way, of what the UK has already done to take vulnerable people. I think we've taken more vulnerable people since 2015 fleeing theatres of conflict than any other country in Europe.
Carter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The nurses and doctors working at Warrington Hospital in my constituency provide selfless care for families living in some of the most deprived areas of England, where life expectancy is 12 years lower than that of the national average. At the same time, population has expanded with thousands of new homes being built in Warrington, putting pressure on services, particularly at the General Hospital. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that tackling health inequalities is key to levelling up? And will he support my campaign for a new hospital in Warrington?
Mr. Speaker, and I know that this government is building a record number of hospitals, the total of 48 that we're building across the country. I am forbidden, unfortunately, from preempting the application process that I know his wonderful hospital is going through, but I'm wishing him every possible success.
Judith Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, the situation in Ukraine continues to appall most of the world and shames the rest, and importantly highlights the need to break our economic dependency both on Russia and on China. Does the Prime Minister agree that our national security must be protected and our food, energy, cyber and national infrastructure must be secure both now and in the future from hostile governments? Specifically, will he commit to a real hydrogen strategy that both industry and trade unions like the GMB are calling for by doubling the hydrogen production target for 2030?
Yes, I thank her very much. I think a very far-sighted question, and that's exactly what we should be doing. And we are moving to much more energy resilience and self-reliance. I think it was a shame that the party opposite cancelled so much of our nuclear power whilst they were in, or failed to develop it, Mr. Speaker. But I think the agenda that she is setting is absolutely right, including hydrogen.
Ruth Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last September, my constituent Dylan Rich, who was a talented 17-year-old footballer, tragically collapsed and died during a youth FA Cup game. His family and his club, the West Bridgford Colts, raised money in his honour to buy more defibrillators on site, but were faced with a VAT bill of hundreds of pounds on each life-saving device. Will my right honourable friend commit to reviewing the VAT on commercial defibrillators to bring them in line with the zero rate applied to other medical instruments? And will he meet with me, Dylan's family and his club to discuss this much-needed change?
I thank her very much, and I think the whole House will want to echo my condolences to Dylan's friends and family. And she raises a very important and emotive issue. Defibrillators at the moment are bought through voluntary contributions and donated to charities that may be eligible for VAT relief, Mr. Speaker. But I'm very happy to meet with her to discuss the matter further.
Masterson.
Will the Prime Minister instruct the Conservative Party to give to Ukrainian humanitarian causes the £2 million they've accepted from Lubov Chernukin. This includes £80,000 referred to in data released today by the Electoral Commission. Now, I know he doesn't want to tar everyone with Russian links with the same brush, and neither do I. But leaked documents, they might want to listen to the question, Mr. Speaker. Leaked documents show that Vladimir Chernukin received $8 million from a Russian member of parliament, an ally of Putin, who was later sanctioned by the United States. Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity for the Conservative Party and for the Prime Minister to end the suspicion of conflicts of interest with Putin whilst showing solidarity with the Ukrainian people.
It is absolutely vital, Mr. Speaker, if we are to have a successful outcome in what we are trying to do collectively, united with Ukraine, that we demonstrate that this is not about the Russian people, Mr. Speaker. This is about the Putin regime.
To Liam Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that choices always have consequences? Putin has chosen. He has chosen to inflict death and destruction on the people of Ukraine and must be made to pay. But others, including those in the Russian military and Russian oligarchs, could still choose to be on the right side of history. Will my right honourable friend and other world leaders tell them to make the right choice and to make it soon, because in this conflict, time is life.
I think my right honourable friend has made a very powerful and important point, and I do hope that those who have any links with the Putin regime, whatever, anybody, any so-called oligarchs, all those who are in any way associated with their regime, take this opportunity, as some brave individuals already have, to dissociate themselves from this barbaric invasion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks ago, in a letter to the Prime Minister, I outlined that over 500,000 people in the UK are immunocompromised, and to them the idea of living with COVID is frightening, and many charities such as the MS Society are not reassured by the government's lifting of restrictions around free testing and isolation. So does the Prime Minister agree with me that in order to protect this group, free COVID-19 testing must continue and include their families and friends, as well as any unpaid carers, so that they can really be allowed to live with COVID?
Prime Minister.
I thank her, and as I said to her, I think last week, it is absolutely essential that those who are immunocompromised, the clinically extremely vulnerable, continue to have access to free testing and all the therapies and antivirals that they need.
Closed question, Bob Seeley.
Oh, please, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, forgive me, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I thank my honourable friend for his question. We're carefully reviewing responses to our recent consultation on a range of legislative proposals to counter state threats, including foreign agents registration. We will update Parliament in due course.
Seeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Ukrainian ambassador. Dobry den, drug moi, уважаемый посол. Дякую вашему народу. Slava Ukraina. Slava Ukraina. Okay.
The benefit of the rest of the House, please.
I just said thank you to him, and thank you, sir. Key oligarchs enforce the Kremlin's hybrid conflict. In Britain, one of its aims is to ensure safe passage for money flows offshore, whilst law firms intimidate into silence those who would investigate, be it the media or even the National Crime Agency. Does the Prime Minister understand that this is how state corruption happens, and this is systemic, planned subversion? Does he realise the seriousness of what's been happening to the law firms and the finance companies in recent years?
I think he's raising a very important point, and the law firms in this country are regulated by the Solicitors Regulation Authority. They were reminded on the 23rd of February of the need to comply with sanctions regulations, legislation, and there are regular checks to ensure that they are doing so. They have responsibilities under that regime to safeguard the UK and to protect the reputation of the United Kingdom legal services industry. And clearly, they will face sanctions if they fail to do so.
Chris Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Putin is the only enemy, but I do feel ashamed. The United Kingdom signed the Budapest Accord in 1994, guaranteeing the territorial integrity of Ukraine. 23 men who once sat on these benches gave their lives for plucky little Belgium. They have shields down that end. 22 did the same for Poland. They have shields down this end. And we're not guaranteeing the territorial integrity of Ukraine. We're not even, I don't want war, nobody wants war, but we're not even sanctioning Sergei Shoigu, the Russian defense minister, yet, nor Igor Osipov, the commander of the Black Sea Fleet, or Uzmanov, Sechin, Peskov, Abramovich, Roldugin, or the members of the Russian Duma who voted for this war. Why don't we use parliamentary privilege to get this out there so the lawyers can't attack the sanctions that we must surely bring rapidly today?
Mr. Speaker, I hear him, and I know that the whole House will understand his feelings and his frustration that no country in the West is going directly to the support of the Ukrainians with direct military assistance, and that is a reality that we simply have to accept, because the consequences of a direct confrontation between the UK and Russia would be, I think, and indeed other Western countries and Russia, would not be easy to control. And if I can repeat the point I made earlier, I think they would play directly into Putin's narrative. That this is about, he says it's about him versus the West, he says it's about him versus NATO, we say it's about him versus the Ukrainian people, Mr. Speaker, and that is, I'm afraid, the difference. And as for what he says about shame, actually, I'm proud of what the UK has been able to do so far. I'm proud that we've given a lead, not just on sanctions, Mr. Speaker, where we insisted on the toughest measures, including for SWIFT, which had a dramatic effect, but also we were in the lead, Mr. Speaker, of all European countries in offering military assistance to Ukraine, and we will continue to do so. I know that he would like to go further. If I understand him correctly, he would like to go further, but I can tell the House that we are going to continue to go further, not just with military assistance, but also by tightening the vice on the Putin regime.
Mr. Speaker, in addition to the tragedy in Ukraine, I know the Prime Minister also wants to slash red tape to make Britain more internationally competitive. David Cameron succeeded, but after he left, we abandoned his proven 1-in, 2-out regime and added billions in red tape costs instead. Last month's benefits of Brexit document repeats the mistake, vetoing 1-in, 2-out for another toothless regime. Can I urge the Prime Minister to step in before it's too late? Otherwise the blob will win and we will fail to deliver a key benefit of Brexit.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to say that we have a new Secretary of State for post-Brexit freedoms, and that he is driving a campaign to reform, repeal and replace outdated legislation and regulation across the board. And I don't know about the blob, Mr. Speaker. I can think of no more fearsome antagonist for the blob than my right honourable friend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Satellite images show a 40-mile-long convoy of military hardware heading towards surrounding the cities of Ukraine. We know from Grozny what the intention of Vladimir Putin is going to be. Mr. Speaker, hundreds of thousands of people are going to be murdered in these cities. Think of in this house, everybody, think of your families, think of your neighbours, think of relatives you may have aboard. They are going to be murdered. Now, the Prime Minister has led the world in the reaction to what's going on, and I'm proud of what he's done. So can I ask my right honourable friend, I know he's probably not been to bed for a week, but can I ask him to use every second he's got remaining until this tragedy is surely going to unfold to try and prevent it from happening?
Mr. Speaker, this was, of course, one of the subjects that I discussed this morning with Volodymyr Zelensky. And I think to many people looking at it, if I just be quickly, Mr. Speaker, they will wonder why it is impossible to interrupt the progress of those tanks with airstrikes or from a drone, for instance, which we know that the Ukrainians have. Technically, unfortunately, it turns out militarily it is not as easy as you might think, Mr. Speaker. And the tragic reality is that Vladimir Putin is going to continue to grind his war machine forwards if he possibly can. That is why it is vital that we continue the military support that we are offering, and that is why it is also vital that together with the United States, with all our friends and partners in the West, we intensify and accelerate the programme of economic sanctions that is already hurting.
Deputy Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, London is known as the world's capital for corrupt Russian money.
Yes, it is.
£100 billion a year is awash in our country. And the scale of this corruption couldn't happen without what the Intelligence and Security Committee describe as the enablers, the lawyers, the accountants, the PR specialists, and so on, including those who challenge our brave independent journalists for identifying them. The Prime Minister didn't respond fully, I think, to the honourable members from the Isle of Wight in terms of how he will tackle the activity of these enablers who are for too long been corrupting the rule of law in our country.
I thank her. Well, with great respect, Mr. Speaker, let me repeat again, and perhaps reinforce what I said to my right honourable friend from the Isle of Wight. The legal profession, everybody involved in assisting those who wish to hide money in London, assisting corrupt oligarchs, have been set on notice that their actions are under scrutiny, and where they break the law, if they undermine the interests of this country and advance the interests of Putin's war machine, they will pay a price.
Mary Kelly Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last few days, I've been overwhelmed and heartened by the incredible response of my constituents to the crisis in Ukraine, with countless offers of accommodation and financial support for refugees. But the community sponsorship route is a very slow process, and it will struggle to meet the challenge that we face. So does the Prime Minister agree with me that we need a faster and more effective route and a better way of offering sanctuary to the refugees and the people of Ukraine than the government's current proposals?
I thank her very much. I know that the sympathies of the whole House are with her and what she's trying to do. And I talked to our Polish friends yesterday about what we can do in partnership with them to bring people directly to the UK who are fleeing to Poland. And I've set out for the House, as I know my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, has already, the big package of measures that we're putting in to help people fleeing Ukraine. I just want to repeat, look at the numbers we took from Afghanistan, look at the numbers of BNOs from Hong Kong, huge numbers of people that have come to the UK, and I think that we've settled 25,000 vulnerable people since 2015, which is more than any other European country, so we should be proud of our record.
Alexander Stafford.
My grandfather, Paul Krechgloa, was Ukrainian. He was deported by the Soviets to the gulags of Siberia. I am proud of my Ukrainian heritage, never more so than over the past week, when this plucky nation, the nation of my family, has stood up to the jackboot of Putin's army. I know that the world is watching the PM and our country. Will the Prime Minister give me his assurances that he will continue to look at every single possible option to ensure that Putin does the toughest range of punitive sanctions, both through financial measures, but also focusing on his inner circle?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we've begun with him and also with Sergei Lavrov. But there is no limit to what we can do on his regime, and we will continue to do that. Can I just echo what he said about our bond, our debt to the Ukrainian people? Never forget when we stood side by side with Russia in the 1940s against fascism, Mr. Speaker. There was a Ukrainian army. A Ukrainian contribution to that army was 10 million people, and they were absolutely invaluable in freedom as well.
Angela Crawley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister, Scotland stands ready to welcome any fleeing Ukrainians. However, this government has failed to follow the example of the European Union of a red tape visa-free approach. Will this Prime Minister commit to an unconditional, rapid, safe and legal approach to settlement for Ukrainians fleeing this invasion? Why is he failing to do so?
Mr. Speaker, as I've explained to the House already several times, the EU has a border-free Schengen zone. It's not appropriate for them to have checks of any kind. We've got a different system. It is sensible, given the situation that we have and given the large numbers of people leaving that war zone. It's sensible to have checks and to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that we know who is coming in. But what we will not do is impede Ukrainians coming in fear of their lives. This country, as I've said several times today, has a proud record of taking people in. Look at what we've already done in Afghanistan. Look at the record just under my premiership. Look at what we've done to help people from Afghanistan. Look at what we've done to help the Hong Kong Chinese. She should be proud of what the UK is doing.
That ends Prime Minister's questions. Point of order. Just let the chamber just settle down. Who was the other one?
Da, Florin. Tot 6 tot la noi, Nicu? Da. Nicu, 6 o să încapă. Andreas.
Dar ceilalți au plecat? Cu toți, da? Vasca.
ले जाइए। ये कौन है? क्या चीज?
अरे आता सांगितलं फ्लॅग नाही ना
No, just to see this. The fish. Hey! The guy with the bat. Hey!
Шановні пасажири, оголошується посадка на нічний швидкий поїзд номер 55 з полученням Київ-Рахів. Поїзд знаходиться на 10-й школі. Нумерація вагонів починається зі східної сторони вокзалу. Причіпні вагони получення Київ Івано-Франківськ знаходяться зі східної сторони вокзалу.
Train 55 leaving London is on track number 10. Carriage number starts from the east side of the station, carrying directly to the Ivano-Frankivsk are located on the east side of the station.
Увага, пасажири! Регіональний поїзд номер 867 з полученням Київ-Ричан буде відправлений з 28-ї колії приміського вокзалу. Час відправлення поїзда 15 годин 17 хвилин. Вихід до поїзда через привокзальну площу біля станції метрополітену, а також через вестибюль приміського вокзалу. Увага, пасажири! Закінчується посадка на нічний швидкий поїзд номер 55 з полученням Київ-Рахів. Поїзд знаходиться на 10-й колії. Просимо пасажирів перевірити у себе наявність проїзних документів і зайняти свої місця у вагонах поїзда, а проводжаючи вийти з вагону.
Dear passengers, we are attention. Train 55 leaving Kharkiv is on track number 10. Carriage number starts from the east side of the station, carrying directly to Ivano-Frankivsk are located on the east side of the station. Please have your IDs and tickets ready and take your seat for departure.
Увага, пасажири! Регіональний поїзд номер 867 з полученням Київ-Ричан буде відправлений з 28-ї колії приміського вокзалу. Час відправлення поїзда 15 годин 17 хвилин. Вихід до поїзда через привокзальну площу біля станції метрополітену, а також через вестибюль приміського вокзалу. Шановні пасажири, з 10-ї колії відправляється нічний швидкий поїзд номер 55 з полученням Київ-Рахів. Щасливий дорогий!
Dear passengers, we are attention. Train 55 leaving Kharkiv departs on track number 10.
Регіональний поїзд номер 867 сполучення Київ-Реча буде відправлений 28-ї колії приміського вокзалу. Час відправлення поїзда 15 годин 17 хвилин. Вихід до поїзда через привокзальну площу біля станції метрополітену, а також через вестибюль приміського вокзалу. Увага, пасажири! Регіональний поїзд номер 867 з полученням Київ-Гречан буде відправлений з 28-ї колії приміського вокзалу. Час відправлення поїзда 15 годин 17 хвилин. Вихід до поїзда через привокзальну площу біля станції метрополітену, а також через вестибюль приміського вокзалу.
Я знаю. То есть либо это 21:33, либо 21:50, либо 22:29. Поездка с 21:33 до 22:27. Вот с 9:30 до 10:30. 6 поездов. 6 поездов. Работают только в супермаркете, где хлеба нет.
Увага, пасажири! Регіональний поїзд номер 867 з полученням Київ-Гречан буде відправлений з 26-ї колії приміського вокзалу. Час 17 хвилин. Вихід до поїзда через привокзальну площу біля станції метрополітен, а також через вестибюль приміського вокзалу. Увага, пасажири! Регіональний поїзд номер 18
Доброго дня, шановні українські журналісти. Українська дипломатія продовжує працювати на перемогу. Дипломатичний фронт пролягає буквально усіма столицями світу. 3 ключові завдання, які ми зараз вирішуємо. Перше – системне посилення оборони України. Друге – знищення російської економіки. Третє – депутінізація світу. Ми мобілізували міжнародну антивоєнну коаліцію, яка вже нараховує щонайменше 86 держав і 15 міжнародних організацій. 19 країн дають Україні зброю. Декілька з них роблять це вперше в своїй історії. 10 країн надають макрофінансову допомогу. 22 країни надають гуманітарну допомогу. З 16 країн світу до України вже їдуть добровольці, які готові пліч-опліч з українським народом боротися проти агресора. Їхня загальна кількість вже перевалила за 1000 людей. І заявки продовжують надходити. День за днем Росія втрачає доступ до неба, моря, торгівлі, фінансових інструментів, сучасних технологій, глобальної економіки. Ми перетворюємо шок світу в конкретні рішення, які руйнують економіку Росії. Вони руйнують наші міста, ми руйнуємо їхню економіку. Ми знаємо, що Москва в паніці почала зараз шукати обхідні шляхи, щоб врятуватися від санкційного катка. Їй вдалося знайти 3 країни в світі, які готові з цим працювати. Ми знаємо, що це за країни, і будемо разом з іншими партнерами вести з ними розмову, щоб не допустити надання ними сприяння агресору. Кілька годин тому я провів переговори зі своєю британською колегою Ліз Трас. Ми обговорили шляхи закриття будь-яких лазівок, прогалин для російської економіки під санкційним катком. Ми працюємо не лише з Великою Британією, але й з іншими партнерами, щоб не залишити Росії шляхів порятунку. Будемо в буквальному сенсі душити російську економіку. Сьогодні зусиллями президента України, всієї дипломатичної команди, Європа перетворилася, по суті, на наш тил забезпечення. Йде потік військової допомоги, аби Україна могла боротися та перемогти російських загарбників. Кілька годин тому про нове рішення оголосив прем'єр-міністр Іспанії: велика кількість оборонної та наступальної зброї для України. Ми вже активували Європейський фонд миру, в рамках якого військова допомога від країн ЄС піде системним потоком на сотні мільйонів євро. 38 країн закрили повітряний простір для російських літаків. Російський літак тепер йде туди ж, куди вже пішов російський корабель. До речі, для кораблів теж починають закривати порти та територіальні води. Відповідні рішення вже ухвалили Канада та Велика Британія. Сьогодні ввечері Генеральна асамблея ООН ухвалить історичну резолюцію із засудженням російської агресії, вимогою до Росії негайно припинити вогонь та вивести всі свої збройні сили з території України в її міжнародно визнаних кордонах, включно з Кримом і Донбасом. Ми очікуємо рекордну підтримку світу. Фактично, це буде фіксація на найвищому світовому рівні міжнародної антивоєнної коаліції, до створення якої з самого початку війни закликав президент України Володимир Зеленський. Лише співавторами цього документу виступили 95 держав. Проголосує за цей документ ще більше країн. Насамкінець, Україна разом з партнерами веде масштабну кампанію з депутінізації світу. З росіянами розривають контракти, стало аморальним, неприйнятним співпрацювати з росіянами, з тими, хто підтримує російську агресію. Від Гергієва, якого вигнали з Мюнхенського оркестру, і до Russia Today та Спутник, які вже заборонили десятки країн світу. Але найбільші процеси зараз відбуваються в торгівлі та бізнесі. Понад 100 світових компаній-гігантів вже повністю чи частково припинили роботу в Росії або планують ухвалити таке рішення. Серед них глобальний поштовий сервіс DHL, найбільша вантажна компанія Maersk, технологічні гіганти Apple, Google, Twitter, Lenovo, Hewlett Packard, Spotify, Dropbox, автомобілі Tesla, BMW, Mercedes, Porsche, Toyota, Ford, Chevrolet, Audi, фінансові гіганти Visa, Mastercard, PayPal, одяг Nike, Adidas та інші. Всі ці бренди на слуху, і з усіма цими брендами у росіян або з'являться дуже серйозні проблеми, або вони просто втратять до них доступ. І наближиться це, і станеться це вже найближчим часом. Таким чином, всього за тиждень нам успішно вдалося затиснути російську економіку в лещата. Вона пручається, але ми не зупиняємося. І прямо сьогодні я говорив з нашими партнерами в Європейському Союзі, пізніше буду говорити зі Сполученими Штатами, про те, які ще санкції ми, українці, очікуємо, які ще санкції потрібно запровадити, щоб врятувати світ від агресивного безумства президента Путіна. Ця робота не зупиниться. Не буде такого моменту, коли хтось скаже, все, ми застосували всі санкції. Будемо тиснути до тих пір, поки не переможемо, поки не припинимо війну, поки не звільнимо Україну, поки не завершимо відбудову нашої держави. МЗС України також створило спеціальний сайт для іноземців про російську агресію проти України. Він називається war.ukraine.ua, тобто війна.україна.ua. На сайті є правдиве пояснення причин агресії, жива документація війни, що розгортається на очах усього світу. Тому, коли ми переможемо, цей сайт стане ретельно зібраним архівом російських злочинів, звірств і варварства, а головне – героїзму та єдності українського народу. Я закликаю всіх вас активно поширювати посилання на цей сайт war.ukraine.ua серед ваших іноземних друзів, колег і знайомих. Інформаційна агресія, яку розв'язала проти нас Росія, є теж полем битви, і тут кожен громадянин може допомогти державі здобути перемогу. Сьогодні ми побачили в новинах новину, про яку я сповіщав декілька днів тому, а саме про те, що нарешті після 8 років наполягань вдалося ухвалити рішення про відключення російських банків від системи міжнародних платежів SWIFT. Досягнуто згоди, що 7 банків Росії, які є великими і значущими для фінансової стабільності Росії, будуть відключені від цієї мережі. Це станеться буквально в найближчі дні. Без перебільшення ми зубами вигризали кожен з цих банків. SWIFT, скажу вам чесно, був найважчою санкцією, за яку нам довелося боротися. Але ми здолали психологічний бар'єр партнерів, зруйнували цю стіну небажання. І перший крок зроблений. 7 банків Росії відключать від SWIFT. Але я хочу запевнити вас, що це не останні банки, які будуть відключені. Ми продовжимо цю роботу. Всі банки Російської Федерації мають бути відключені від системи SWIFT. Інакше ті транзакції, ті гроші, які будуть проводитися через все ще підключені банки, вони будуть окраплені кров'ю українських невинних громадян, жінок, дітей, які загинули під ударами російської агресії. І кожен в Європейському Союзі, за океаном, хто буде пручатися цьому і наполягати, що якийсь банк ще треба залишити підключеним, має усвідомлювати, що він буде здійснювати через ці банки торгівлю на українській крові. Ми дуже вдячні партнерам за підтримку, її багато, але є принципові речі. Принципові речі політики, моралі і людського життя. Дякую вам за увагу. Я готовий відповісти на ваші запитання.
І перше традиційно не традиційно від Віталія Саєнка, Уніан, з огляду на безпрецедентну міжнародну консолідацію підтримки України, чи можливо за всебічної єдності міжнародної спільноти знайти варіанти дій, аби позбавити Росію права постійного членства у Раді безпеки ООН?
За вкрай, м'яко кажучи, сумнівних обставин Росія опинилася в кріслі постійного члена Ради безпеки ООН. Майже 30 років на цю проблему закривали очі, робили вигляд, що нічого не сталося. Хоча ми і раніше ставили відповідні запитання секретаріату ООН, як це вони таке дозволили, як це все могло статися. Але наші запити ігнорувалися, нас плескали по плечу, казали, ну ви ж розумієте, ви ж все розумієте. Так от, більше ми нічого не розуміємо. І порушуємо питання про ретельний, неупереджений правовий аналіз того, на яких підставах Російська Федерація залишається постійним членом Ради безпеки ООН. Ми маємо впевненість, що коли цей юридичний аналіз буде проведений, то виявиться, що, не побоїмося цього слова, Росія в Раді безпеки ООН нелегітимна. Зараз все залежить від принциповості якраз юристів секретаріату ООН і готовності повноцінно дослідити це питання.
David Brennan from Newsweek asks whether Ukraine is expecting any military aircraft to be provided by EU states.
Це абсолютно нагальна вимога. Наші пілоти героїчно б'ються у повітрі, гинуть, збиваючи російські літаки, які прямують на бомбардування наших міст, на вбивство наших цивільних громадян. Ми зафіксували випадки, коли обстріли з російських літаків української території відбуваються без зальоту цих літаків на нашу територію. На жаль, варварськи використовуються військово-космічні сили Російської Федерації. І дійсно у України є надзвичайно нагальна потреба у зміцненні військово-повітряних сил. Ми працюємо з низкою країн над цим, є прогрес в цьому питанні, але ми не можемо чекати, тому що йдеться не про тижні, у нас немає тижнів, у нас є дні, і ми маємо вирішити цю проблему за декілька днів. Це не означає, що якщо не буде літаків, ми здамося, але це означає, що якщо не буде літаків, ми будемо продовжувати боротьбу з, на жаль, набагато більшими втратами серед мирного населення, тому що Росія цинічно буде продовжувати бомбити наші міста.
Це всі питання, які встигаємо станом на зараз.
Дуже всім дякую. Все буде добре, але ми маємо продовжувати боротьбу. За будь-яких обставин ми маємо боротися і ми переможемо. Слава Україні!
Aims to be an athlete-centered organization, and at a board level, 8 of the 14 members are Paralympians, who between them have 23 Paralympic Games dating from 1984 through Tokyo 2020. One consistent view from the athlete community is that every athlete should be treated fairly. I truly believe the IPC Governing Board's decision today achieves this. In the meeting, it was a very in-depth and lengthy discussion, and I think the decision made is the right one. Being a part of the Paralympic movement and the Paralympic Games means being a part of something bigger than each of us. These games and parasport itself show the world the transformative nature of sport to unite people and promote peace. We have athletes here in our care who have trained for many, many years to reach the very pinnacle of their respective sports, which are these Paralympic Winter Games. This is something many have dedicated their lives to. As a 4-time Paralympian myself, representing my country on the biggest stage of all is the greatest of honors. I treasure every Paralympic Games I am part of, and therefore I'm always fully committed to make the most of the opportunity. For some athletes to come here and decide not to compete is something I really believe they will regret for the rest of their lives. This may be their only opportunity to compete at the biggest stage, and if you don't compete, then you'll make it easier for other athletes to win. Not competing against an opponent goes against these principles and against the values of fair play and sportsmanship that have served the Paralympic movement so well since its inception in 1948. The Paralympic movement prides itself on celebrating diversity, embracing differences, and discouraging discrimination. To finish, I hope now that the decision has been made, the focus can switch back to sport. Our hosts and many athletes have been preparing for this event for several years now. Let's show the world what we can do being united. Thank you.
Thank you, Jitske. We will now open the floor to questions. So if you have your question, please raise your hand. And I think is the format that you go to the microphone in the middle of the channel here. So if anyone has any questions, please raise your hand and I will invite you to go to the microphone. Take the gentleman here.
So my name is Lee Rini. I am a journalist with the Kyiv Post in Ukraine. I also have been writing for the IPC since 2017. Mr. Parsons, I was very much looking forward to meeting you. This is not easy for anyone in Ukraine right now. This wasn't what I was supposed to be doing here. I'm a journalist, an English language journalist in the country. No other journalists were allowed to travel out of the country. They're not allowed, even if they wanted to. My first question, and please forgive me, I do have a couple because there's no other Ukrainians here to ask these questions. My first question is, I want to know what you would say to Yevhen Malashev's parents. Yevhen was a biathlete on Ukraine's national junior team. He was killed yesterday. He was killed yesterday in a bombing in Kharkiv. You talked earlier about giving athletes the chance to compete. He will never get a chance to compete again. So on behalf of his family, I want to know what you would say to them about allowing athletes from the aggressor states to compete when he will never get that chance.
Well, the only thing I can say to his family is that, of course, we regret what is going on in Ukraine. I cannot even start to imagine the pain that his family is feeling at the moment. Again, my country is not at war. My family is not protecting themselves from bombings in the subways of Kiev, as I know that many people are doing at the moment. So I cannot even start to imagine the pain that they are feeling right now. So I can only tell them that my deepest thoughts are with them, my prayers. And unfortunately, they will not see their son competing here in Beijing. And this is absolutely not fair. It's disgusting. It's against humanity. But again, the decision that we took was based in our constitution. We do not believe that by not following the rules and regulations of the International Paralympic Committee, which the laws that makes us viable and possible as an organization and as a movement that took us this far, will ever change what happened with their son. Unfortunately, Russian athletes competing here as neutrals, not competing here as neutrals, will not change what happened. And this is a crime against humanity, what we're seeing here. So I can only sympathize with them, try to. I cannot even imagine how they should be feeling at the moment. and for not seeing him competing at the highest possible level here. No one is happy. No one here thinks that what is happening in Ukraine is normal or even acceptable. But again, we do have to follow the rules of our own organization under the risk of having our decisions overturned. We don't have the authority to ban the Russian and Belarus athletes. But the General Assembly has. That's why we are calling an extraordinary General Assembly to do that.
So I apologize, but this seems to be a rehash of what happened 8 years ago when Russia was the host of the Paralympic Games and first invaded Ukraine. This isn't a new war. This has been going on for 8 years. You're talking about introducing legislation or bylaws to deal with breaking the Olympic truce. Can you explain why this wasn't done when they did this in the first place 8 years ago?
No, I don't think I have an explanation for that fact, why in 2014 it was not introduced any legislation to say that the Olympic truce was not, when it's broken, it was a breach of the membership obligations of any country. I cannot explain you why that was not the case, and I know it's not only the second time, it's the third time that Russia breaches the Olympic truce.
But this is the same war.
Sorry?
This is the same war as 2014.
It's the same war as this war is not something new. It has escalated to a completely new level, but it's going on for 8 years. I agree with you.
The last question I have here, I'm just wondering how vigorously will the IPC enforce its ban on protesting? For example, will federations be penalized for their athletes refusing to compete against athletes from the aggressor states?
The first thing, can you repeat the last part of your question? Sorry.
Will federations be penalized for their athletes refusing to compete against athletes from the aggressor states?
The only difference I would like to make in the last part of your question, and I do understand that Russia is aggressor state, but the athletes here that were born in that nation, they are not the aggressors. And I think it's important to make that distinction.
From the aggressor
I agree with you, they are from the aggressor state. But the athletes here, they are not soldiers, they are not the aggressors. And I think we need to treat them with the same respect we treat athletes from any other nation who earn the qualification slot to be here. Specifically on your question, we will act when and as it happens. You know, I think hypothetical situations are difficult to articulate on that, but we will deal with that when and as they happen. And what is your name? Can you?
Lee Rini. Lee Rini.
Look, again, I cannot even imagine how painful it is to be Ukrainian now. I try to sympathize, I try to empathize. It's difficult. My country is not at war. Again, my family is not hiding themselves in the subways of the capital of my nation. We do recognize the seriousness and the magnitude of the situation. We just try to separate politics from sport. We do not believe that the response to the Russian government will be to ban their athletes, not respecting our own constitution. If they break the rules of the international laws, we will not break our own laws. We cannot do that. But we do understand how painful, we try to understand how painful it is to be Ukrainian these days. That's why we made a huge effort together with the Ukrainian Paralympic Committee to bring the athletes here, because the president of the Ukrainian Paralympic Committee, he said to me two things. Of course, he said, look, we would like to see the athletes from Belarus and Russia out. And I said, look, I respect that, Valerie. And he said, but our athletes want to compete. And then we made a huge effort to bring them here. together with them, together with Ukraine. All the credit to Ukrainian Paralympic Committee, to the IPC, specifically the Ukrainian Paralympic Committee. I hope they are able to share with you, share with the world their journey to get here. It's a fantastic piece of human resistance and resilience, things that only can happen most probably at the Paralympic Games. What these athletes are doing to compete here, it's outstanding. They are heroes just to be here. But again, we cannot, because of that, recognizing all the effort, recognizing what is going on, to not follow our own rules. Otherwise, where do we draw the line in the future? And I do understand your feelings. I do respect them. I see you're wearing with pride the national colors of Ukraine. You should do that. And this is what we would like to see. The Ukrainian athletes here competing, winning, losing, as it happens with every sportsman in the world. But honoring the colors of their country, which is something, as you said, athletes who were born in the aggressor state, they will not have the opportunity. And this is something that I think they will regret, but it's up to their government to explain to them why they will not do that. But I do respect your pain and your emotions right now.
Thank you, Lee. Do we have any further questions? Wakako, just here.
Thank you. Wakako Yuki from Yomiuri Shimbun, President. One first question is a small follow-up. I think you just mentioned talking to Mr. Shishkovich. Was it after you made the decision, you have already communicated to Ukrainian delegate? No.
We have communicated to all the national Paralympic committees in writing. I haven't spoke with Valery since we took the decision. I spoke with him a few days ago. I was not even in China when we spoke because they started this journey to be here, and Valery is with his athletes. So no, I haven't spoken with him. We will speak tomorrow.
I see. Of course, with all the respect to what you have gone through today, the heavy decision, but it seems to me that the IPC is asking Ukrainian athletes to peacefully compete in the competition while knowing that their families and cities could be in imminent danger from governmental aggressors. Do you believe that it's humanely possible for your Paralympians?
I think these athletes, they have fought the battle of their lives to be here, not only in the last few years to qualify, but just their journey to be here. I do not believe the Ukrainian athletes, they are coming here to be aggressive with athletes from Russia or Belarus. I think they are coming here to compete and to make Ukrainians proud in this very difficult moment in the history of the nation. So I think, and I'm absolutely sure that if they did all of that to be here, is to compete and make their country proud, and not to fight against athletes, and not be aggressive, and not be, if they can be aggressive while competing, and put all the strength, all the anger in having the best possible performance and taking all this frustration, yes, that's what I think they should do. But they should not waste the opportunity, something that they have fought so hard to do exactly what the aggressor wants them to do, which is to have, lose their mind and do something that they regret for the rest of their lives. Yitzka has mentioned here, the pinnacle, the moment of their lives is here at the Paralympic Winter Games. So I do believe that they will focus on that. I hope they will do that. Understanding again their pain, their frustration, and that when they see athletes from Belarus and Russia, of course we understand that the feeling will be negative. But we hope, as top athletes that they are, that they can focus on the competition.
Kako, just to add on to that, I think in the Paralympic movement we always talk about human resilience, and I think the Ukrainian delegation being here is the greatest example of human resilience we've ever seen in the Paralympic movement. We always talk about, as well as challenges as being opportunities. And we have the world's eyes on us right now. They may not be agreeing with the decision, but if we can show unity in people and use this platform to promote the fact that we can bring athletes from 48 different nations to come here and compete together in peaceful circumstances, and show that when you set rules, you abide by them, I think that sends out a very strong message to the world leaders. And we need to do that. What we can't do, just because others are, is run away from our moral obligations and the rules of what we've set. I mean, if we start breaking our own rules, then what hope is there for competition in sport? We just tear up the rule book. We've got to stick to the core principles that have got the Paralympic movement to where we are today. And one of those is fighting discrimination and promoting inclusion. That's what we need to do here. And by bringing the nations together, we've got to send out a really strong message of peace, because that's what the world needs right now. It needs peace. Question from the back there.
My name is Jean Saint-Onge from Radio-Canada. I've been covering the Games since 2008 here in Beijing. My question is for the athletes representative. You said that you have the responsibility to represent all the opinions, that these opinions were very mixed. Did you talk to the Ukrainian athletes, and how did they react when they learned that they would face athletes from Russia and Belarus?
Thank you for your question. I was able to talk to the Ukrainian athletes before this decision was made, so we did not know what was going to happen. So I did take their opinion into consideration, and I also brought it to the board, and the decision only has been made this afternoon. So after that, I have not been able to speak with them yet, and I am hoping to be speaking to them tomorrow.
I think, just to add on to that, is...
Do you think it will be well received?
Well, to be honest, I do not know how they are going to react. I would love to get back to you tomorrow when I have their answer.
Look, I think we all appreciate difficult decisions are never universally accepted. We totally knew that when the board was making the decision today. But as Jitska said, one of the themes that was coming out from all the conversations of the athlete community was to treat athletes fairly. And that's what we've tried to do today. There's been a lot of talk in sport in many years, and for the last few years, about athlete welfare. We have 2 delegations here who have trained for 4 years to be at this moment. Where if we were to send them home now, just because of their leaders, through no choice of the athletes, that I think is not right. What we've done is the harshest possible punishment we can do within the framework of our rules. If we'd have banned Russia today, all that would have happened is tomorrow they'd have gone to the courts, and then we'd have seen the RPC competing as the RPC in the medals table, and we would have seen the Belarus National Paralympic Committee competing as they were. This decision ensures neutral Paralympic athletes. Those athletes can compete as an individual. And that's what we've tried to do today, is listen to the athletes, which said, treat people fairly. That's what we're asking for in the Paralympic movement. We want people to be treated fairly in society. It's what we fight for every single day. That's our cause, that's our purpose. But as I say, the difficult decisions are never going to be universally accepted. And we just have to face that, unfortunately, today. Any further questions? Question from this gentleman here.
My name is Masaki Karaya from Kyodo News. Ask questions in Japanese. 今日の理事会の中で今回の結論に至ったのは全会一致だったのでしょうか、それとも違う意見は出たのでしょうか。
No, it was not unanimous.
他の意見はどのような意見が出たのでしょうか。ロシアやベラルーシの選手たちを大会から排除するべきだという意見も出たのでしょうか。
We had different opinions that went from not taking any action to banning Russian athletes, but the vast majority of our board have decided what we are announcing here at in this occasion.
具体的には何対何でしたか。
No, that is not something that we do. A decision made by the IPC governing board is a decision that it's defended by the whole group. We do not disclose if it's 3 votes, 10 votes. What I can say is that it was not unanimous because you asked. But we don't disclose the number of votes, and we don't say who voted for what. It's a group decision.
理事会の中でそのロシアとベラルーシを排除すべきだという意見があったということは間違いないということでよろしいですね。
Yes, some members have expressed their view, but at the end of the discussions, the vast majority voted for the measure that we are communicating this evening.
ありがとうございます。すみません、最後に一つ実務的な質問をさせてください。メダルテーブルには、カウントしないということになってますけれども、これは、例えばロシアやベラルーシの選手が1位、2位、3位になった場合はメダルは授与されるけれども、それを NPC が獲得したメダルとしてはカウントされないという、そういう認識でよろしいですか。
Yes, if they win medals, they will get the medals. If they get the gold medal, there will be a ceremony with the Paralympic flag, the Paralympic anthem, but you will not see that added to the medal table anywhere. Because the NPA is not, and the 2 neutral teams, they are not participating as teams. They are as a new group of neutral athletes, so you will not see them in the medal table.
選手にはメダルは授与されるということでいいですね。
Yes, athletes will receive the medals. When we say that it's not going to be in the medal table, they will not acting as a team. So you'll not see that in the medal table. But yes, the medal will be handled to the athlete.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
And just on a technicality, the RPC will be NPA, Neutral Paralympic Athletes, and NPC Belarus will be known as PNA, Paralympic Neutral Athletes. So we need to do the 3-letter coding in order for the result system, but neither of those delegations or those codes will appear on the medals table. Do we have any further questions? We have a question from the back there, and then we'll come over here.
Thank you very much. Hiroki Tora from Asahi Shimbun. Thank you for taking my question. Question for the President and the Chair of Athlete Council. I know there's not much time to the opening ceremony, but will there be an opportunity for you to explain directly to the athletes before the game starts?
The athletes of all nations, you mean?
Yes. Yes.
Before coming here, we spoke with the NPC, the President and Secretary Generals of the National Paralympic Committees present here. Tomorrow morning, we will be at the Chef de Mission meeting to speak with the Chef de Mission. We will not have the opportunity to put all the athletes together to explain to them. We are doing this through the National Paralympic Committees. We are doing that through the Chef de Mission, so the leader of the the respective teams here in Beijing. Of course, the athletes normally reach out to the Athletes Council, but any athlete that wants to sit and talk and understand better, we are open to that. Again, we are very democratic, very transparent. That's why we're here tonight to explain. But that is no opportunity, and they are in 3 different villages, to have all the athletes gathered to explain that to them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A question over here to the left-hand side.
Hi, I'm Taku from NHK. Thank you for the opportunity to have questions. And ちょっと日本語で質問させていただきます。今回その開会式が間もなく開かれますけれども、今回そのロシアとベラルーシからの選手は、ニュートラルアスリートということですけれども、どのような形で開会式に参加するのでしょうか。あと今回その参加国は48となっていますけれども、これは2カ国減って46プラスニュートラルアスリートということでよろしいでしょうか。その点を確認させてください。
In the opening ceremony, they will be as neutrals, so no flag from RPC and no flag from National Paralympic Committee of Belarus. I didn't really understand your question on the numbers, but I think from what I understood your question, yes, we will have 46 National Paralympic Committees on the medal table. The 2 NPA is just a way of grouping them, because you have to attribute a code, a national code, a code of 3 letters to every single athlete. But their results will not be grouped. You will not see in the medal table NPA X number of gold medals, gold, silver, and bronze. You will not see that. Their team does not exist here. Their team does not exist here. But we do believe that individual athletes who have earned their qualification to these games, they have the right to compete here.
Question from the middle here.
Hi, David Waldstein, New York Times. I'm just wondering, with all these other organizations that have banned the Russian athletes, FIFA, UEFA, Formula One, et cetera, they've made what has separated you, do you think, from all those other organizations? Is it just the principle of your rules? I mean, do they not have those similar rules?
Every organization has its own constitution, its own rules. And of course, we are based in Germany, so we are governed by German law. Some of these organizations you mentioned, they are based, in different nations, so they are governed by different laws.
Do you know, I'm just curious if you know offhand, if they have similar things and they just decided, you know what, we're going to ban them anyway?
No, I don't have the information in what they have based of the suspensions, or let's say the legal basis for them to do that. Because at the end of the day, they have their own constitution, their own rules and regulation, different from ours or not. But we do believe that we are following our own rules, our own regulations, and the rules and the law of the country we are based on.
Could I just ask the 3 board members if, when you have the meeting to determine how you should go forward in the future, whether you will vote that a breach of the truce is something that would warrant being kicked out of the games in the future?
We do not vote. As board members, we do not vote. But if you ask me if I had a vote, yes, I would.
Do we have any further questions? Okay, we go just here, and then Makako, we come to you, and then we close for the evening.
I'm journalist from Latvia, by Barunte. I wanted to ask if other athletes from other countries are allowed to show their support for Ukrainian people in somehow in flags or symbolic, or will there be some consequences against them for showing support?
You want to answer?
Yeah, I can answer that one. So we have rules which have been produced following 18 months of consultation with the IPC Athletes Council. Those rules are very transparent. They're available on the IPC website under the Beijing 2022 homepage. The views from our Athletes Council and also from the athlete community when we did this consultation process before Tokyo was that the field of play, the podium, and the ceremonies should be protected from any form of what could be classed as a protest or sharing the views which are slightly outside of, that would be waving flags and such like. However, if athletes want to share their views in the media and via social media and show their support there, that's all well within the rules of what we have here.
Yeah, but this is not ordinary situation, and you said it that people should be united. And
I get that, but what we've also said today is that we've made a decision that's based on our rules. And here we've got to stick to the rules again. What we can't do in this situation is just say, look, we abandon our core principles that have got our movement to where we are. The rules are there. We need to keep them in place. But what we're saying is that athletes can share their views by all means in media mix zones, press conferences, social media. But the athlete community told us during an 18-month consultation, please protect the field of play, please protect the podium, and please protect the ceremonies from any form of protest. So we've got to listen to the athletes there. And when we did the consultation with the athletes, we gave them a whole range of scenarios which included a war. And the view was protect those areas. So again, we've got to listen to the athletes here, and we've got to enforce the rules that we spent 18 months consulting with the athlete community on. Thank you. Okay, we've got Wakako, and then you, sir, will be the last question.
Sorry, two technical follow-ups, please, to President. You said there's no team. Will Russians be allowed to, Russian-based individual athlete will be allowed to participate in the ice hockey as a team? And if so, what could be their team name?
Well, as Craig has mentioned, the neutral Paralympic athletes and the Paralympic neutral athletes.
As a team?
They will compete in team sports. They will compete, as
and
a team.
Also, you talk about future extraordinary assembly, general assembly, and my understanding, of course, is that even if you would decide at the time to create some kind of clause to make it mandatory for any membership to follow the Olympic truce in the future, that cannot be applicable to what happened here. So in a way, you cannot use that ground to ban Russia or Belarusian NPCs in a legal term. Am I correct to understand so?
Yes, we cannot retroact. We cannot approve, and this needs to be approved by our General Assembly. We cannot approve a new rule and retroactively apply them to suspend or terminate membership of any member.
I see. And if governing board cannot punish Russian or Belarusian NPC, although it seems that Constitution does have some clout for governing board to suspend their membership, do you think that when it comes to General Assembly and you discuss about the suspension of Russian or Belarusian NPC at that time, do you have, or your General Assembly membership, have any ground to decide upon it?
The General Assembly has the right to suspend or terminate membership in a different way compared to what the board can do. We can only make that decision to suspend. We cannot terminate membership, but we can suspend if there is a breach of the membership obligations. And that was, again, the breach of the Olympic truce is not a membership, it's not against a membership obligation. So we as the board, we cannot suspend any of these NPCs now. That's what we want to change in the future, but we cannot make that change to our own constitution. Only the General Assembly can.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Kako. Final question, Evan?
Devin Haru with CBC Sports for President Parsons. Just moments ago, Ukrainian athletes have issued a joint statement saying with bombs raining down on Ukrainian citizens, the decision made by the IPC today is another blow to Ukrainian athletes and citizens. How do you respond to that?
Well, I do understand their feelings and do understand they are coming from a country that is at war. We do understand their emotions. We do understand their reactions. The situation here is that we as a board, we cannot make our decisions based on our emotions and our reactions. We will put this organization at risk. What I will respond to them is that the best way that they can express their pride in being Ukrainians is to do what they do best, which is compete at the highest possible level in the field of play here in Beijing. I think this is the way they can express the strength of the Ukrainian people, is winning as many medals as possible in the field of play here in Beijing. This is what I will tell them. I understand, I sympathize, I can only imagine the pain. I never experienced anything even close to what they have experienced. So I do understand and sympathize with their feelings. But we do have a responsibility here. And what I would like to tell them and encourage them is that they put all this energy into the field of play and again make Ukraine proud.
Okay, we will bring tonight's press conference to a close. Apologies for the late evening. We look forward to seeing you during the rest of the games. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
गिर जाएगा गिर जाएगा
Our needs for the next 3 months are $45 million for Ukraine and $12.5 million to support neighboring countries to care for refugees. Anyone can contribute to support our response through the WHO Foundation appeal page by going to www.whofoundation and clicking on Donate. We are also deeply concerned about reports of attacks on health facilities and health workers. We have received several unconfirmed reports of attacks on hospitals and health infrastructure, and one confirmed incident last week in which a hospital came under heavy weapons attack, killing 4 people and injuring 10, including 6 health workers. We are currently in the process of verifying several other incidents. The sanctity and neutrality of healthcare, including of health workers, patients, supply, transport, and facilities, and the right to safe access to care must be respected and protected. Attacks on healthcare are in violation of international humanitarian law. Prior to the conflict, Ukraine had experienced a recent surge of cases of COVID-19. Low rates of testing since the start of the conflict mean there is likely to be significant undetected transmission. Coupled with low vaccination coverage, this increases the risk of large numbers of people developing severe disease. Critical shortage of oxygen will have an impact on the ability to treat patients with COVID-19 and many other conditions. At least 3 major oxygen plants in Ukraine have now closed, and we're seeking ways of accessing oxygen from neighboring countries and ways to deliver it safely to where it's needed. mass population movements are likely to contribute further to transmission of COVID-19, potentially increasing pressure on health systems in neighboring countries. As of yesterday, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees reported that more than 870,000 refugees have left Ukraine, and we expect that number to increase rapidly. WHO is supporting neighboring countries to address key health issues among refugees and forcibly displaced persons, including mental health and psychological assistance, as well as treatment for diseases including HIV, TB, and cancer. WHO remains committed to meeting the health needs of the people of Ukraine. Now to COVID-19. It's encouraging to see that deaths from COVID-19 are now declining globally and in most regions. And it's pleasing to see some countries being able to relax restrictions without their health systems being overwhelmed. But it's far too early to declare victory over COVID-19. There are still many countries with high rates of hospitalization and death, and low rates of vaccine coverage. And with high transmission, the threat of a new and more dangerous variant remains very real. We continue to urge all people in all countries to exercise caution, and we urge all governments to support their people to protect themselves and others. The only sustainable way out of the pandemic is to reach high vaccine coverage in all countries. Globally, 56% of the world's population has been fully vaccinated, but only 9% of the population of low-income countries. We're now overcoming many of the supply and delivery constraints we faced last year, with more than 1.3 billion doses of vaccine delivered by COVAX, and the supply outlook for this year is positive. We must now turn our attention to addressing the crucial question of how we turn vaccines into vaccinations, how we ensure all countries have enough tests, enough oxygen to treat patients, and enough PPE to keep health workers safe. And we call on all governments to continue with surveillance to track the virus, as well as testing to make sure patients receive the right treatment. To achieve all our targets, we're calling on all countries to fill the urgent financing gap of $16 billion for the ACT Accelerator. Germany has become the first country to pledge to meet its fair share with a generous contribution of $1.22 billion. Vielen Dank, Germany. And we look forward to other countries following your lead. We must also remember that the effects of the pandemic go far beyond the death and disease caused by the virus itself. In particular, COVID-19 has taken a heavy toll on mental health. A new WHO report estimates that in the first year of the pandemic, the global prevalence of anxiety and depression increased by more than 25%. The greatest increases in depression and anxiety were found in places that were the most affected by COVID-19, where infections were high and social interaction was restricted. Our review found that females were more affected than males, and younger people, especially those aged between 20 and 24, were more affected than older adults. This increase in the prevalence of mental health problems coincided with severe disruptions to mental health services and underscored chronic underinvestment in mental health, leaving huge gaps in care for those who need it most. By the end of last year, some services had been restored, but too many people remain unable to get the care and support they need. WHO has worked with partners to to lead an interagency response to the mental health impacts of COVID-19 by disseminating guidance, tools, and resources for responders and the general public, and by supporting countries to integrate mental health and psychosocial support in their response. Christian, back to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tedros. Now we come to the question and answer session, and please raise your hand with the raise your hand icon in order to get into the queue. And I believe I still owe you the title of Dr. Sosifol, who we have with us. He's Assistant Director General for Emergencies Response here at WHO at the Emergencies Program. So apologies for this, and we start right away with the first question, and that goes to Michael Buchikiv from CNN Opinion. Michael, please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Very well. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I'm talking to you from the city of Lviv in Western Ukraine. Director General, I ask this question of you with the utmost respect. As you may recall, I used to work for UNICEF. I was a spokesperson globally for a while, and also in places like OBT. I've been hearing from staff in various UN agency offices here in Ukraine and elsewhere, asking me or bringing to my attention that in no statements, including the one you mentioned today, which of course is very useful and the world needs to hear, that the name of the aggressor, Russia, is nowhere to be found. I've also found this in statements with UNICEF Executive Director, also UNHCR. And I realize that in times like this, it's very difficult to call out a member state. But as we all know and verified by international news organizations and others, that children's hospitals have been targeted, schools have been targeted, places which should be safe haven for children have been targeted. When I was spokesperson for UNICEF, whether it was the Myanmar generals or warring sides in the Middle East, we would call them out. So my question is this, and sorry for rambling on a bit, but have we reached a point where these types of unforgivable actions are happening before our very eyes, and again, verified by credible parties, that we are not able to call out a member state? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I believe we start with Dr. Mike Ryan.
Thanks for your commentary. We work all around the world, every night and every day, in the service of people affected by conflict and the conflict that is generated by so many aggressors around the world, be it in international or national conflicts. There's no doubt in this case that the military operations invasion, WHO does not want to be drawn into the politics of that process, but there is no question, and the DG has always made it clear, that he has always been on the side of peace. He speaks about health for peace and peace for health. He speaks that there can be no health without peace. He has always done that. What we try to do is honour the organisation's commitment to standing beside those who are suffering and leave the politics of punishing perpetrators to others who are better capable of doing that. But that is not to say that we don't condemn aggression on civilians at every point. And we've seen this, and we've called out on attacks on healthcare, not only here, but in Syria and other places, and we have taken a very strong position on attacks on civilians and attacks on healthcare. We are not politicians. We are a healthcare organisation. But the Director General has been clear each and every time we have come across a situation like this to speak for the need for humanitarian access, for people to stop fighting, for peace to be put in place so health can be preserved. So I don't think WHO is in any way unclear in our position on this. From our perspective, we call on the parties and particularly call on the government of Russia to reconsider its position in the light of the suffering that's being generated in Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ryan. And next question goes to Sophie Mokena from South African Broadcasting Corporation. Sophie, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. The question is directed to Dr. Tedros. Dr. Tedros, as the head of the Global Organization on Health, your concerns around the conflict in Ukraine, have you been able to speak to the authorities from both countries, particularly at the heads of state level, raising your concern around allowing humanitarian assistance or that corridor and also the emergency supply so that the vulnerable can be assisted, who are in this case women and children, but also people from the diaspora from different countries, in the diaspora from different countries who are now struggling, particularly in the borders. Have you been able to speak to President Putin and President Zelensky to say we need a passage or a corridor so that we can continue with health at the time where the world is struggling with the pandemic? I don't know whether history is repeating itself. 2018 Spanish flu, it was just immediately after the World War.
Thank you very much, Sophie, and Dr. Tedros, please.
Yeah, thank you, Sophie, for that question. We haven't spoken to them yet, but it's very important to do that. Our first shipment is arriving tomorrow. Of course, we have indicated today in my statement, I have indicated that we will need a corridor to support the needy. So since we are now sending the supplies from Dubai and other hubs that we have, we will engage authorities in order to get access. We had a meeting yesterday of UN agencies, and one of the challenges we have identified is access problems, and this has to be addressed, and the right authorities should be contacted in order to give access. Although tomorrow's flight will be the first one, but we will have more, and there will be a need for access to those who need our support. Thank you.
And Dr. Ram, please.
Can I just supplement? I think the question you've asked about humanitarian corridors is very important, and I know the UNOCHA, under the leadership of Martin Griffiths and Red Cross and others, are really engaged with that priority now, which is to assure humanitarian corridors for access for aid. We've got a warehouse full of supplies in Kiev, and we need to get those out. We've got oxygen supplies ready to come in from outside. We've got as DG said, the planes landing in Poland with very specialized medical supplies. We're talking surgical equipment, debridement equipment, resuscitation equipment, major trauma equipment. We have pre-positioned those supplies, as the DG said, in a number of hospitals before this. And again, to remind people listening in, WHO is not going into Ukraine. We have always been in Ukraine. We have been in Ukraine for years working with the government on the health system development, on the crisis since 2014 in Donetsk and Luhansk. We have engaged in mass casualty management and major surgical training in hospitals all over Ukraine over the last number of months. Adelaide and others may wish to speak to that, or Heather, who's online. We have been preparing and working with the Ukrainian health authorities. We have a very deep, and the DG has a very deep and strong relationship with ministries of health all over the world, not least of which with the Ministry of Health in Ukraine. Our primary purpose now is to sustain and preserve the health system in Ukraine, that it may serve the people of Ukraine, and we will do everything in our power to make that happen. But as you said, we cannot do that if we cannot get there and surge and support our staff, if we cannot bring supplies in, if we cannot bring oxygen in, if we cannot distribute the supplies we already have in the country, then we are blocked. So humanitarian access, corridors, moments of peace, Anything that can be done to create a situation where we can move supplies, move patients, move other things will be hugely beneficial at this point. But right now, in the chaos of what's happening there, it's very hard to see how that can be achieved in the coming days. And that's why the tragedy unfolding for the people of Ukraine is so avoidable and so unnecessary.
Thank you very much for this. And I'm looking into the virtual room if Dr. Hedda Popovic, Incident Manager Euro, as indicated, wants to maybe add.
Thank you. Put really well. And just to add that we are there in Ukraine, and even though there's access issues, we're still working directly with the government through cell phones, any way we can. We're coordinating partners. The health cluster is very active. We're conducting risk assessments and really doing what we can, even if we're not able to move around. So we're still trying to support as much as we can access to emergency health care. And I don't know if Jarno wants to add a little bit more.
Yes, please, Dr. Jarno Habicht, Head of Office for Ukraine, please.
Thank you, and thank you to Dr. Tedros, Mike, Heather, summary. And yes, we have been working with Ukraine, and we are working now, and we continue to work. And for the arrivals tomorrow that Dr. Tedros also mentioned, we have agreement to use logistic as much as possible what is available from authorities to ensure that we are getting all those goods to the hospitals closest where the needs are. But the corridors and protecting the healthcare workers is the most important. In the past days, my main discussions with the Minister of Health is how do we ensure that healthcare workers are protected. So it is about humanitarian law. It is about protecting the healthcare workers who have went through last 2 years on treating COVID, ensuring that there is access to care. And now this will put them under huge stress. Many of them with whom I talked yesterday are working from the shelters, have repurposed their hospitals. We have a number of cities, especially in East, where hospitals and the cities are isolated. And in those places, necessary oxygen in the coming weeks. So it's avoidable. And very important that the access is ensured as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all. And we move to Denise Rowland from the Wall Street Journal. Denise, please unmute yourself.
Oh, hello. Hi. Thanks very much for taking my question. So it's on Ukraine as well. I've seen the WHO highlight a problem with oxygen supplies, that this is running out in some places. Are there any other specific medical supplies or drugs that are in shortage or already run out? And I've also heard concerns from WHO about the polio vaccination campaign that was underway in Ukraine prior to the fighting. And I was curious about what steps you're taking on the ground there to reinstate that, what's actually possible at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise, and we'll go to Dr. Habicht, the Head of Office in Ukraine, for specifying here. Thank you.
Thank you. And the three things to mention here. One is on oxygen. Oxygen is particularly needed in some of them hospitals which are getting isolated. So there, the treatment, we need oxygen for the treatment. And for that one, again, the same safe passage, because under the current situation, it's difficult even to find drivers who are willing to drive and to bring the oxygen from some of the factories which still have reserves. But as was said before, 3 of the factories are now closed as well. So there are reserves still, which is a positive news, but we need to ensure that that oxygen reaches to the hospitals where the patients are. When we talk about specific medicines, it really varies from hospital to hospital. Those hospitals which are isolated will have need for different type of medicines, but also more and more the trauma kits, because this is what we see from violence, and the needs are different. there is no time to treat about chronic diseases, but the key is to ensure life-saving treatment. So it is the situation varies from east to west and where the military offensive takes place. And the third on the IPV campaign that was taking off from the 1st of February to the catch-up campaigns, it started from the Western Oblasts. So the public health authorities are trying to do their best in Rivne, in Zakarpattia, in other oblasts to still continue, but it is becoming very, very difficult. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very good picture here. And we go to Dr. Adelheid Marschang here, the Senior Emergency Officer at WHO.
Thank you, Christian. And in complement to what Jarno has already said, just to highlight that we are reviewing the situation and the health risks on a daily basis. And indeed, we have looked into specifically what medicine shortages we may be facing. And we do have indications that we may have or face imminent shortages of cancer medicines, that insulin, as Jarno had highlighted, non-communicable chronic diseases are an issue, that the lack of insulin and not having access to diabetes supplies can result really in grave situations for the people with some type of diabetes. We are looking into that and tracking them and trying to set up a tracking system that will inform us of the specific needs and medicine shortages. We also see that as the lines of controls are changing and health facilities are changing in their way of working, possibly, that we will face also issues with getting supplies to them in the near future. Over.
Thank you very much for this. Next question goes to Mose Appelblatt. He's from the Brussels Times. Mose, please unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like also to come back about Ukraine. You mentioned, the surge in infections before the invasion and the start of the war. And we know, as also been said before, previously, that the vaccination rates in both Russia and Ukraine are very low. And as you said, also that now during the war, there's almost no testing going on. So I wonder, is it possible, or have you already done it, to, let's say, estimate or predict how the war, if it continues without any ceasefire soon, how will that, let's say, influence the COVID-19 situation in Ukraine when it comes to infection rates and the number of people which are severely ill and will need, let's say, treatment at the hospitals, which I suppose now are overwhelmed by people with war injuries or have even been bombed. And also you mentioned that people are fleeing on the roads and so on, so lots of mass gathering and so on. How will all that affect, the situation in Ukraine?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mose. So you're asking about the vaccination rates on COVID and the situation for COVID and the outlook there in the countries. Let's go to Dr. Jarno Habicht again, the head of office, and then we'll elaborate further. Thank you.
Thank you. And when we look to the COVID trend and the wave that started in Ukraine in the beginning of February, it reached the peak in the middle of February, started in the beginning and reached to the middle of peak in the middle of February to the peak. And we saw that actually from all the COVID hospital beds, only 35% were occupied. So let's put it in this way. This time it was milder than all the previous waves that we saw in the autumn and spring 2021. At the same time, the oxygen is an issue because we still have a lot of vulnerable and more elderly people in the hospitals who need oxygen support. So in those territories where the military offensive takes place and where hospitals are getting isolated and where we don't have access, but also it's not only about oxygen, it's also about electricity, it is also about the medicines. There it is difficult. We don't have exact numbers, but also, as was said by Adelheid and others, we are tracking the situation in the best possible way. On vaccination coverage, it varied. When we look to Kiev city, then Ukraine reached to 65% of both doses vaccination. But where is the vulnerability is Donetsk and Luhansk, where the vaccination coverage was reaching only to the 20%. So we see huge variation. And before, if I think back 2 weeks, what we discussed, we were preparing how to really go from village to village. We just selected 200 villages to reach those who are vulnerable, 65 plus population. So we are concerned, especially for those who are 65 plus, and to ensure that they have vaccination coverage. But in the current circumstances, we need to assess, we need to ensure that there is a safe path of the healthcare workers to those households, those people, and these are the negotiations that need to take place at a very high level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Sosifal, Assistant Director General, Emergencies Response, please.
Thank you, Christian. To complement our representative, the impact of the conflict on COVID-19 is already very big because we have seen a huge decrease in terms of capacity to test. Last week only we have seen more than 80% reduction in the number of PCR tests performed in the country. And the other issue is the disruption of health services in terms of clinical management for COVID. We already talked about the oxygen supply, but the risk is to see very high case fatality rate, as we have seen in other conflict-affected countries like Yemen, where we have more than 18% case fatality rate. So making sure that we have the continuity of services, because the health workers also will leave the hospital when it's not safe. So it's very complex, and we are at risk of seeing people dying from condition we can really treat, and this is really, really bad. Thank you.
And Dr. Ryan, please.
Just to add, when we talk about, I think the estimate just last week was there was about 2,000 people on oxygen, high-flow oxygen for COVID in Ukraine. There's 2,000 people that need oxygen to survive, and that number, it hasn't changed. And in fact, if anything, that number has gone up because we have people with injuries, people undergoing surgery who need oxygen. We have children with childhood pneumonia. We have women in difficulties in labour. So oxygen is not just life-saving in COVID. Oxygen is life-saving, full stop. And you need it when you need it. You can't wait till tomorrow for oxygen. You can't wait till next week. You can't be put on a waiting list for oxygen. You can't stand in a queue for oxygen. Oxygen saves your life right now. And when you need it, you need it. And Ukraine needs that. That's just one example, as Sose has said, but it's a very clear example that if we do not get oxygen into the system and other critical drugs, people will die needlessly. They're dying needlessly to start with, but there's a secondary level of needlessness. And when you see the images, and we've all seen them here ourselves, and some of us have been in this game a long time, and we've developed very thick skins. But when you see nurses mechanically ventilating infants in basements of hospitals, even the toughest of us, we struggle to watch that. And those heroes who are there, those mainly women, might I add, in those basements who are taking care of those kids. But if you're a 65 or 70-year-old in an ICU, no one can carry you down the stairs to the basement. So many patients in adult ICUs cannot be moved. And they're being cared for by doctors and nurses while the bombs fall around them. It's really important that we don't just break this down into supplies and break this down into commodities that we have to deliver and corridors, and we speak in these very abstract terms around what's needed. People's bodies and people's bones have been broken, people's lives are being lost, and there isn't a health service available to be able to deliver life-saving care. And we can't supply that health service at the moment. So something has got to move and something's got to change to create the conditions in which that can happen. We need to be able to, as we've seen with insulin, again, you can't wait for your insulin. In fact, those planes that are arriving today and tomorrow have pretty good supplies of insulin on them. So that's one product that we definitely need to get into the country. So I do think we need to step back and also admire and really, I just could not believe the bravery of those frontline health workers, and they're a shining example to the world of what the health system should be doing everywhere.
Thank you so much for this. We'll move on to Priti Patnaik from the Geneva Health Files. Priti, please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking my question. We know that the pandemic is far from over, but is the WHO under pressure to consider declaring the end of the pandemic sometime in 2022, particularly because COVID-19 vaccines production will reach a surplus soon, and this will inevitably have an impact on the discussions at the WTO around the TRIPS waiver. It'll be good to know the circumstances under which the organization will declare an end to the pandemic. That will also have an impact on the contracts of pharmaceutical companies on pricing and patents and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Priti. And we move to Dr. Maria van Kerkhoff, COVID lead.
Yes, thanks. So I'll start, and others I'm sure will come in. So I think we would like nothing more to say that this pandemic is over, but unfortunately we're not there yet. With the fact that we are still seeing incredibly intense transmission of Omicron worldwide, this variant has quickly replaced Delta in circulation and detection around the world. Many countries have passed their peak of transmission of Omicron, but many have not. And we have seen in a number of countries the amount of death that has been reported from Omicron has in fact been higher than it was in the Delta wave, in their Delta wave that they experienced. And this is because of the sheer volume of cases that we've seen from Omicron. And even though intrinsically it's less severe than Delta, the number of people that have required hospitalization and have died from Omicron has been higher in a number of countries. And this is due to a number of factors. One is because of the sheer volume and the burdening of the healthcare systems around the world that are fragile from past waves of infection. Second is because we have not reached the vaccination coverage levels that we've needed in all countries, and in particular, reaching those who are most vulnerable. In the countries that have seen higher amounts of death in the Omicron wave compared to Delta, we've actually seen that this is in fact in populations who are not vaccinated, who have not received the full course, people who are of older age, people with underlying conditions. And this, we've used this word avoidable a lot today. This is also avoidable. So reaching the vaccination coverage, the 70% that the Director General has outlined, of reaching 70% of all populations in all countries, it's who within that 70% that is really critical. The SAGE recommendations have been very clear on who we need to target in all countries. These are people of older age, these are people of underlying conditions, these are our frontline workers. And in fact, we have not reached all of those individuals in all countries. So that is our target. That is who we are aiming to reach in all countries. And no matter what is happening out there in the rest of the world, we still need to push vaccination coverage as best we can, while at the same time doing everything that we can, recognizing the challenges that all countries are facing right now, and the fact that they're in different situations to also drive transmission down with the tools that we have. So it's both sides of that equation.
Thank you very much, Dr. van Kerkhoff. Dr. Bruce-Albert, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Christian. There are two parts to that question, of course, and I think the first one about the end of the pandemic, like Maria highlighted, this is not a function of vaccination coverage. It's what's happening with the epidemiology and the virology that drives this. And remember that the surge we are seeing now of Omicron is just the most recent surge of this virus. So it is going to be a function of time and the control measures that are going to tell us when we are approaching the end of the pandemic. Important point, as Maria says, is we have the knowledge, we have the tools to get there, only if we apply them everywhere. Vaccination rates become really important because the higher we can get the vaccination, the faster we're going to get there and drive this. But there was a second part of the question, and that was about the vaccine supply being secured. And I think we need to be clear here. We're in a situation right now where, yes, we do have a lot of vaccine, increasingly a lot of vaccine that is available. That vaccine is not in the arms of the people that need it everywhere, as Maria highlighted. And one of the appeals the Director General led 10 days ago was for the additional financing that's needed to make sure that the vaccines turn into vaccinations, that the tests turn into actual testing results, that the oxygen, et cetera, actually gets to the people that need it, and that requires another $16 billion. So there is also a price tag to getting us faster to the end of the pandemic. And the last point was just in terms of that supply. Well, we have supply. We still have that problem we started the pandemic with, and that is that the control of that supply is really in very few hands, and the only way that we're going to be able to ensure security globally in the future is exactly as you highlighted, and that is the more geographically and fairly distributed means of production as well, and we are not there yet. Important work's been done. You saw over the last few weeks some very important announcements about the new WHO mRNA hub in South Africa. There are many spokes now off of that hub, a huge effort to move it's a bit of a Manhattan Project in some regards, and moonshot to try and get additional capacity built out around the world as rapidly as possible to be able to manage that aspect as well.
Thank you. And Dr. Kate O'Brien, please.
Yeah, I want to amplify some of the things that Maria was referring to. The 70% target is the target for achieving the goals related to vaccination and reducing transmission, but most importantly, reducing disease that is severe and death. And I'll give you an example that it's not 70% of just anybody in the population. It really is about those who are most in need of vaccination to protect them directly from disease. And we're still quite a distance from that. Just an example from the Africa region, with 23 countries where about 35% of the health workers have been fully vaccinated. Similarly, for those who are older adults, about 25% of older adults fully vaccinated, and similar numbers a little bit lower for those with underlying medical conditions. So the real emphasis in every country is about getting 100% coverage of those who are most needing the vaccine, 100% coverage of health workers, 100% coverage of older adults, 100% coverage of those who have underlying medical conditions, on the way towards a 70% coverage of the whole population. So this is really where the focus has to be. That's what will take the pressure off the health system, because that's what's really underlying the cases that are in hospital and the deaths that are occurring. Thanks.
Thank you very much, all. And next question goes to Abdullah Wassan from the Morocco News. Abdullah, please unmute yourself. Abdullah, you hear us? Please unmute yourself.
نعم.
Yes, please go ahead.
أشكركم على اختيار سؤالي هذا.
1 second, please. We need to switch to translation.
أود أن أطرح سؤالا حول مدى استعداد المنظمة العالمية للصحة من أجل توفير المساعدة الطبية للدولة المتضررة في حرب روسيا وأوكرانيا، ومدى تأهب المنظمة العالمية للصحة من أجل مكافحة الأوبئة التي سوف تنتج بسبب هذا الحرب. شكرا.
I must admit I didn't get the translation. Okay, Abdullah, can I ask you to repeat your question, the key part, and slow, please, because the interpretation has not worked. Let's try again.
أشكركم على اختيار سؤالي هذا. أود أن أطرح سؤالا حول مدى استعداد المنظمة العالمية للصحة من أجل توفير المساعدة الطبية للدولة المتضررة في حرب روسيا وأوكرانيا، ومدى تأهب المنظمة العالمية للصحة من أجل مكافحة الأوبئة التي سوف تنتج بسبب هذا الحرب. شكرا. شكرا.
Thank you very much, and I assume we're talking about the situation in Ukraine. Dr. Sosifal, please.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais y aller en français. L'interprétation a été un peu difficile, mais on a eu l'essentiel, je crois. Je pense qu'il est important de rappeler que l'OMS travaille déjà avec l'Ukraine pour répondre aux épidémies que nous connaissons. Nous avons parlé de la pandémie à Covid-19, mais aussi à l'épidémie de poliovirus qui est dérivé de la vaccination. Donc les infrastructures étaient déjà en place pour répondre à ces urgences, mais aussi pour faire face à un certain nombre de réfugiés dans le contexte humanitaire. Nous travaillons donc à mettre en place ce que l'on appelle le système d'alerte et de surveillance dans ces conditions d'urgence, et travailler aussi avec les différents hôpitaux que nous avons géolocalisés pour faire remonter l'information sur les épidémies. Ça va être de plus en plus complexe parce que nous savons tous que c'est dans les situations de conflit que la plupart des épidémies les plus mortelles surviennent. Donc nous devons renforcer nos efforts pour prévenir ces épidémies, pouvoir les détecter à temps et à y répondre. Donc nous devons renforcer nos efforts pour pouvoir détecter à temps les épidémies, pouvoir les prévenir avant qu'elles ne surviennent. Mais comme vous le savez, quand le programme de vaccination est interrompu, la vaccination contre la rougeole, la rubéole, donc le risque d'épidémie augmente encore. Et tout cela aussi est conditionné par l'accès humanitaire. Sans accès humanitaire, beaucoup de décès évitables vont survenir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sosefal. Next question goes to Jamie Keaton from the Associated Press. Jamie, please unmute yourself.
Thank you for taking my question, Christian, and nice to see you all. I believe my question must be for Dr. Habicht. I would appreciate some more detail about the needs of the supplies that you're providing. You mentioned, Director General Tedros mentioned that there are other supplies to meet the needs of 150,000 people. Could you be specific about that? What exactly supplies are they? Are they specifically geared to the types of trauma that have been sustained by civilians and others there? And does it tell you anything about the types of weaponry that may be used in the fighting in particular? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jamie. And yes, we move to Dr. Jarno Habicht from the Ukraine office.
Thank you. And the first round, what was mentioned, what was pre-positioned, were the trauma and surgical kits. Also, what are coming in are the standard kits that WHO has, which are also aiming for the surgery, trauma, and all the aspects, what also Mike was describing before. So these are the first deliveries. But we are looking also to very specific aspects like the tetanus, antitoxins, which are very, very important, as well what was mentioned before to address the needs related to non-communicable diseases, be it insulin, what is needed, hypertensive medicines, which are very much needed, but also various goods and medicines related to sexual and reproductive health, maternal and child health, etc. So these are the standard kits that WHO has put together, and to ship them as fast now to Ukraine, but also to other places where they are needed. And when we look to, so these need to get there in the place. And currently we have not collected the statistics, what exactly is happening in every surgery room, because we are really supporting the frontline healthcare workers to ensure that they are providing the life-saving treatment and support. Thank you.
Thank you. And looking at Dr. Popowitz, if she wants to add something.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add a little bit on the refugees coming into surrounding countries. So right now, as the Director General said, we have 870,000 people, and that's probably already changed by now, coming into countries at the border and other countries. So the health interventions in the countries where people are moving are also important. So as people were in Ukraine, they had less access to healthcare because of COVID, even more constrained access to healthcare due to the conflict. So they're coming into the countries already at a more vulnerable. So when they arrive, they also need access to primary healthcare for all of the things that Jarno just mentioned, but also looking at some of the disease control. As they come in, we have to really scale up surveillance in the surrounding countries for polio, for measles, and also for COVID, and make sure that we prevent them. So looking at providing vaccines for measles, for polio, and for COVID-19 is paramount, but also looking if people are going to be crowded in certain areas to look at the water sanitation and hygiene to prevent diarrheal diseases. So everything that is happening in Ukraine is also affecting the other countries. So it's just it's a real regional crisis. So just wanted to add that. Thank you.
And Dr. Ryan, please.
Yeah, and just on that, the supplies that are going in now are again being more specifically designed for the situation as it's unfolded and escalated. So the equipment lists in terms of what's landing today include, sutures, skin graft equipment, equipment for doing major surgery, unfortunately equipment for doing amputations, for bone grafting, for bone wiring, for all of that. And I think this gives you the graphic nature of what's happening. These are ordinary civilians being broken, and the health system is going to have to put them back together again. And they need this very specialized equipment for debriding wounds, and much else. And that's why we have to now obviously shift from just being general supplies to the health system to supplying the health system what it needs to save patients' lives who have been injured as innocent bystanders in a horrific conflict. So we will continue to focus on that. We'll continue to focus on getting those demands directly out of the system. We have a surveillance system in place, and again, I would like to recognize the extraordinary leadership of Dr. Jarno and his team on the ground. Our national and international staff who've been in Ukraine are outstanding individuals, and they've stood and done tremendous preparatory work that we can now build on, and continue to be in contact on a minute-to-minute basis with our staff and with the authorities on the ground. So we need further support in that. We need further financial support. We need further logistic support in order to be able to continue to supply the health needs of the Ukrainian system. But increasingly, unfortunately, these health needs are moving more and more towards battle wounds and people being caught up in a horrific conflict and all of the horrific surgical consequences of that for patients all over Ukraine.
Thank you very much for these pictures and explanations. And we move on to Ari Daniel from the NPR, National Public Radio. Ari, please unmute yourself.
Yes, hi there. Thank you so much for this discussion. In Ukraine, it sounds like there's not yet a humanitarian corridor and that you're urgently requesting that. But can you clarify just how much access you do have? You mentioned you need more, but are you not really able to move the supplies in at all?
Thank you. I think we start again with Dr. Habicht from the country office.
Thank you. And we can get goods in, and that's a good news. And we have good collaboration with authorities. And there is a protocol in place how to ensure that our goods are moving from Poland to Ukraine. And further, there are warehouses to use, and in cooperation with where the direct military offensive is not taking place, how to move the goods. So there is certain access. But as the situation evolves, that access is decreasing. And the challenge is that where the major needs are for the surgery, trauma care, what Mike described so well, there we don't have access. So we can get kids to the country, but are they getting there where they are mostly needed in the health system? That's the question. And that's from where Dr. Tedros also started, that we had pre-positioned some of the goods, but currently those warehouses are not accessible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have time for one more question that goes to Adriana Rodriguez from USA Today. Adriana, please unmute yourself.
Thank you so much for taking my question. It's another one regarding COVID and the situation in Ukraine. I mean, obviously, currently there's insurmountable devastation and suffering happening right now, but is there also a concern of increased COVID transmission followed by severe disease and possibly more death in the upcoming weeks, not only in Ukraine, but in neighboring countries? Why or why not? And if we are worried about this possible consequence, what can be done? Thank you.
Anytime you disrupt a society like this and put literally millions of people on the move, then infectious diseases will exploit that. People are packed together, they're stressed, and they're not eating, they're not sleeping properly. They're highly susceptible to the impacts of, first of all, of being infected themselves, and it's much more likely that disease will spread. So what might be for the rest of the world a, inverted commas, mild variant could be a very different experience for someone who is in that situation. And we see this all the time in refugees. We see this all the time around the world. We see this in the Middle East. We see this in Africa. The consequences of infectious disease in displaced people, in refugees who've been, as I said, on the move, overcrowded, stressed, without proper nutrition or sleep, infectious diseases exploit that. So there's no question that the disease, COVID-19, will exploit that in the coming weeks. And there are fixes to that. I will leave Maria and maybe Bruce to speak to that. But first and foremost, to ensure that everybody is vaccinated. And as Jarno said, Ukraine have been doing quite well in the vaccination area. It still had a significant number of people to cover. And we need to try and ensure at least that refugees coming out of Ukraine are properly offered proper vaccination. And as I said, not just for COVID-19, but, and Heather spoke to, for other diseases. But within Ukraine, we also have to continue to make our efforts to support not only prevention, but also in terms of life-saving interventions. And our clinical lead, Janet Diaz, is working with Heather and the team to see how we can prioritise getting antivirals. In this particular situation, this may be one situation where the available therapeutics may be more life-saving than in another situation. So we've been prioritising Ukraine over the last 72 hours for extra supplies of therapeutics for COVID-19, including the newer antivirals. So maybe Maria can speak to that, or Bruce.
Yeah, so just to supplement what Mike has said, I mean, you know, obviously it's a challenging situation. We're seeing the same images you are, and people need to do the best that they can at the moment, recognizing the challenging situation that they're in. This virus will exploit the current situation. It has. It's shown us over and over again in the last couple of years that it will take advantage of any crowding. And when there aren't systems in place, when there isn't surveillance, when there isn't distancing, when there isn't the use of masks, it will exploit that. And so, you know, the best people can do is all we can ask right now. We would like for vaccination coverage to continue, vaccines to continue, recognizing that that may not be possible right now, but it needs to be pursued. Where individuals are, as best as they can, if they have access to masks, to continue to wear masks where they can, if that's even possible, to prevent the onward spread amongst themselves, their families, their loved ones who they're coming in contact with. I think we all recognize the challenges, but it doesn't mean we give up, and it doesn't mean we stop trying. So no matter where people are and the situations that they're in, we will be there to support. In people who are crossing the borders into other countries, they need to be cared for in those other countries. Every single life matters, every single life. And we need to work as hard as we can to not only end the conflict, but to end COVID-19. So wherever you are, wherever you're sitting and watching this right now, you also have a role to play, because the intensity of spread that we're seeing around the world is far too high. 60,000 reported deaths last week that we know of, down from the week before, but it's still far too high in the third year of this pandemic. So even though you may be far away from the conflict, you have a role to play in this because the virus is spreading. So please play your part. Wear a mask, get vaccinated, be educated about what your own risk is and lower your risk, and support the people who are going through this conflict in Ukraine.
Dr. Aylward, please.
Thank you, Christian. Adriana, to your point, first, as Mike said, you know, infectious diseases ruthlessly exploit the conditions created by war on two fronts: the increase the transmission of these diseases, as you've heard from Mike, the crowding, the conditions, et cetera. They also increase the probability of increased deaths. More people are vulnerable in these settings, and there's less care available for them. It's as simple as that. What can we do about it? Number one, stop the war. Want to stop the infectious diseases, stop the risks, stop everything else. As Mike said, stop the war. We have to be super clear on that because everything else is dealing with consequences. Second thing you do, though, in that setting as it unfolds is you protect your healthcare system. Healthcare systems are sacrosanct in war. They're protected by international law. You've got to protect your services. The third thing, then, is you try and prioritize your vaccination for your vulnerable, your vaccination for your healthcare workers. Mike said you try and address the oxygen shortages, take care of people who do. So you're not helpless. There are things that can be done, but you need the space to be able to do those. Most importantly, stop the war. Secondly, protect your services. And thirdly, prioritize most vulnerable. Right now, we can't do any of those three, which makes it more challenging. Can try to do a lot. There's a lot of bravery, heroism ongoing, as Mike highlighted, but so much more needs to be done.
Thank you all so much for these important words. And we're slowly coming to the hour. Before I give the floor back to Dr. Tedros for his final remarks, I want to give the chance to Dr. Jana Habicht, again, the head of country office in Ukraine, to close with his remarks. Thank you.
So thank you. And really three things. First, thank you for hearing about Ukraine. First, humanitarian access and humanitarian law. That's what and respecting that is what we need to ensure that we can support Ukraine and its health system. Second, really protecting the health facilities and healthcare workers. They are the heroes. They have been always heroes, the nurses, doctors, technical staff who are moving the canisters of oxygen around. It's hard work, but we need to protect them. So that's extremely important, that they feel safer, that they can provide the care. And the third, if that situation currently and the military offensive continues, then the situation that we will see when we meet in a week, 2 weeks, months, or 2 months' time will be much worse than we discussed today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Habicht, and courage out there. I'm also looking at Dr. Heather Popovich, the incident manager for Euro for the wider context. Heather, please, if you want to add something.
Thank you. I guess I'll just echo what everybody else has said so far. And I just want to say that the support for this response has been outstanding. We've had people volunteer from all over the organization, from outside the organization.
They violate the green border, they ruin the infrastructure, and they attack police. But the refugees of Ukraine, they come to the border crossing points. They line up in a very disciplined, very patient way for hours and long hours, sometimes even for a day. They cooperate with the authorities. So a comparison between these two groups is a humiliation of those innocent people in need who are fleeing from Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, Hungary is now carrying out the most robust action of humanitarian aid ever of our history. We have already provided 100,000 liters of fuel to the Ukrainian authorities in Transcarpathia. We are now putting together a delivery of 300 tons of food, 20,000 liters of bottled water, baby care, hygienic equipment, and equipment to be able to take care of the internally displaced persons within Ukraine. We are doing that based on the request of the governor of Transcarpathia. All in all, Mr. President and dear colleagues, as a conclusion, I want to tell you that we do want this war to come to an end as soon as possible. We want peace in our region, and we want to stop suffering of the people in Ukraine and in the region. And we do our best in order to help peace to come back to Ukraine and to the entire Central and Eastern European area. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Y ahora tiene la palabra Su Excelencia. Invito a dirigirse a este consejo, Su Excelencia el señor Akmal Saidov, Ministro de Derechos Humanos de Uzbekistán.
Distinguished President, distinguished Deputy of High Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to be here amongst you. It is indeed a privilege to speak at the session of the Human Rights Council on the day of the 30th anniversary of the entry of the Republic of Uzbekistan into the United Nations. Uzbekistan supports the call to action for human rights. Human rights are central on the ongoing reforms in political, legal, and socio-economic modernization within the framework of the new Uzbekistan development strategy. Measures are being taken to implement national sustainable development goals within the framework of the agenda for the period 2030, with unconditional consideration of the UN principle of leaving no one behind. We call you to support the UN General Assembly's initiative to adopt a resolution enhancing the role of parliaments in achieving for sustainable development goals and ensuring human rights. As part of the commitments undertaken as a member of the Human Rights Council in 2021, firstly, Uzbekistan has ratified the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Secondly, in December last year, under the auspices of the Women Leaders Dialogue of Central Asia States, a regional forum was held with the participation of women's civil society organizations as well as the UN Women Structure. Thirdly, on the initiative of Uzbekistan, a resolution of the Human Rights Council on protection of the rights of youth in pandemic was adopted. Fourthly, World Youth Rights Conference was convened in August last year with the themes involving youth in global action. I would like to take this opportunity to express our appreciation to the High Commissioner for support in the organizing this useful event for youth dialogue. We will also be grateful for the support of initiative to establish the post of Special Rapporteur on the rights of youth of the UN Human Rights Council. The law on citizenship of the Uzbekistan was adopted in response to the UN's call to reduce the number of stateless people. Since then, more than 70,000 of stateless people were granted the citizenship of Uzbekistan. Honorable participants of segment, regarding current situation around Ukraine, as was voiced by the press secretary to the President of Uzbekistan, our country takes a balanced and neutral position on this matter. Uzbekistan traditionally has close, friendly relations with both Russia and Ukraine. We are interested in ensuring peace, stability, and sustainable development in our vast region. All disputes and disagreements that arise must be addressed solely on the basis of norms of international law. Yet, Dear President, within the framework of the National Human Rights Strategy, we are taking decisive steps to ensure gender equality, freedom of speech and religion, and the development of civil society institutions. The concept of civil society development for 2021-2025 has been approved. New law on religious organization have been adopted. The strategy for achieving gender equality in the Republic of Uzbekistan until 2030 has been approved. Parliamentary Commission on the Monitoring of International Obligations of Uzbekistan on Human Rights has been established. The concept of development of the state youth policy in Uzbekistan until 2025 is being implemented, which is based on the principle of working with youth in the interests of youth, as set out in the UN strategy Youth 2030. The civil society institutions actively participate in the implementation of the National Human Rights Strategy. We are taking steps to strengthen the role of the business community in the field of human rights, in particular through the development of the National Action Plan, Business and Human Rights. Uzbekistan submits national reports by the UN treaty bodies in timely manner. In particular, last month, the Committee of CEDAW heard our 6th periodic report, and the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights heard our 3rd periodic report. Uzbekistan actively participates in the UN World Programme for Human Rights Education. A draft National Human Rights Education Programme has been developed as part of the 4th phase of the World Programme. In collaboration with the Office of High Commissioner for Human Rights, a global forum, Human Rights Education, are planned to be held this year. I would like to take this opportunity to invite you all to participate actively in this global forum. Uzbekistan also intends to continue to advocate for the establishment of an Asian regional human rights mechanism. We have made significant progress in our interactions with the UN special procedures in a relatively short period of time. All mandate holders has been extended standing invitation to visit our country. In December 2021, the UN Human Rights Council Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms while countering terrorism, Fionela Niaulain, visited Uzbekistan. We would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to the Special Rapporteur for her visit despite the pandemic, and note that a national action plan will be adopted to implement the recommendations of the UN Special Rapporteur following its consideration by the Council. The year we accept the visit of the UN Special Rapporteur on torture. We support the statements of the High Commissioner that a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is the foundation of human life. In this regard, we call on you to support the initiative of Uzbekistan to develop a global environmental charter designed to lay the foundations for a new environmental policy of the United Nations post-pandemic period. Dear ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, Uzbekistan is always open to broad and mutually beneficial cooperation with all countries around the world, as well as practical dialogue with the United Nations and its institutions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I give the floor to Her Excellency, Her Excellency Ms. Emin Zabarova, First Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. You have the floor. Excellency.
Mr. President, Madam High Commissioner, dear friends, colleagues, and partners. 7 days ago, my country woke up to a new reality. A little girl in Kiev, an old man in Mariupol, a married couple in Chernihiv. They were all terrified and had to run away from fear and attacks. And this happens in the middle of Europe in the 21st century. At 4 o'clock in the morning on the 24th of February, the armed forces of the Russian Federation, supported by the Republic of Belarus, attacked Ukraine with all its strength and might from all over directions. I woke up early in the morning because of the sound of an explosion, and I immediately jumped out of my bed and came to the window and saw fire far away from the place where I stayed that night. And that very moment I understood that the war has started. The attack have been made under a direct order of President Putin. A couple of days before he crossed the line, he unloaded a number of false claims in his long speech addressing the Russian nation, and he accused my country in committing an alleged genocide. He also called for a demilitarization and denazification. And it shows that President Putin and the Russian leadership exist in an absolute parallel reality. Do you know how Russia treats and deals with genocide in Ukraine? By airstrikes, using cruise and operational tactical missiles, tanks and artillery, reconnaissance groups and sabotage groups. The target is not only the infrastructure objects. They attack civilians and civilian dwellings. People in cities spend days and nights under the ground hiding from the airstrikes. Ukrainian babies are born in the bomb shelters, in bunkers. Just yesterday, one of the biggest TV towers in Europe, the Kyiv TV tower, had been hit by the airstrike. As the result, a family of 5 were killed. According to the UN data, almost 700,000 of Ukrainian residents have fled Ukraine. More than 160,000 became eternally displaced, like myself, in 2014 when I left my homeland Crimea. Thousands of homes have been damaged or destroyed. Hundreds of thousands were left without electricity and water supply. As of now, 352 Ukrainian people, including 16 children, died and were killed. The youngest is 18-month-old. Thousands have been wounded in Ukraine during 6 days of Russian invasion. As we speak here today, Russian armed forces keep attacking maternity wards, kindergartens, orphanages, hospitals. Yesterday evening, the talented 39-year-old anesthesiologist Marina Karabina was killed when she drove in her car to save her wounded nephew from the village Kuhary to Kiev. The Russian military fired on ambulance crews in the areas of Zaporizhia and Kiev. In addition to the attacks on emergency medical groups, hospitals are another fire targets for the Russian occupiers. Recently, the city of Kharkiv was intensively shelled. Dozens of innocent civilians were killed and wounded. There were no strategic military goals when the central square of the former capital of Ukraine, Kharkiv, was bombed and shelled. President of Ukraine Volodymyr Zelensky, after these developments, said that Russia must be considered a terrorist state. Russian military aggression kills not only Ukrainians but also foreign citizens staying in Ukraine. We express our sincere condolences to the families of those foreigners who lost their beloved ones because of the devastating war President Putin unleashed. We understand the will of foreign citizens to leave the territory of Ukraine for a safer place, and we are providing all possible assistance at the border as we do for all our citizens. I wish to reiterate that there is no discrimination based on the race or nationality when it comes to the crossing of the state border by foreign citizens. Ukraine filed a case against the Russian Federation at the International Court of Justice. The court has jurisdiction to hear Ukraine's case and to order emergency measures on the basis of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Russia must be accountable and must be held accountable for manipulating the very notion of genocide to justify its aggression and the war. Tomorrow, the Human Rights Council will hold an urgent debate on human rights situation in Ukraine stemming from the Russian aggression. It will consider the resolution establishing a commission of inquiry on Russia's crime in Ukraine. It will become a crucial investigative mechanism in ensuring accountability for the perpetrators. I call on all countries to support this effort, as well as to participate in the urgent debate preceding the adoption of the resolution. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been often asked by foreign journalists and friends, what are the moods in Ukraine? And here I have to be clear. Yes, we are under inhuman attack. We are under very cynical attack of a neighboring country. But this is not the time to cry our tears. We will for sure do so after our victory, and our tears and our eyes will be full of tears of happiness when we hug our beloved ones, when we will start to restore and build up cities that are ruined after the airstrikes, attacks and invasion. I'm standing in front of the Cabinet of Ministers banner. The government is fully operating. And on behalf of the Ukrainian government, I want to conclude my speech saying and quoting our President Volodymyr Zelensky, who said, addressing the international community when he was offered a shelter, when he was suggested to leave the country because of the risk for his life. He said, "We don't need a right. We need your help." Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency and
all sweet. All sweet? And you know me, I start off with dessert.
So no ice cream. Sunday.
No ice cream, nothing.
Mr. President, how worried are you about President Zelensky, and do you think he should stay in Ukraine, or do you think he should try to leave?
I think it's his judgment to make, and we're doing everything we can to help him.
What kind of danger is he in?
Not directly yet. The staff has been in contact with him.
Do you support permanent U.S. military presence in Poland and other Eastern European countries now after what's happening in Ukraine?
It's always been there. It's always been all the NATO countries.
I'm talking about permanent base.
No, that's a decision for NATO to make. Nothing is off the table.
Do you believe Russia is committing war crimes?
We are following very closely. It's early to say that.
Pope Francis is asking for prayers and fasting today for the people of Ukraine on this Ash Wednesday. Pope Francis is asking for prayers and fasting. What's your reaction to that, sir?
I think he's right. I was with the Cardinal this morning. He came over to give me ashes, and we both prayed for that, for the people of Ukraine.
And last night you continue to support Roe v. Wade as a Catholic. Why do you support abortion as a Catholic? Define church teaching.
I'll tell you what. I don't want to get in a debate with you on theology, but you know. Well, anyway. I'm not going to make a judgment for other people.
You're Catholic. Why define church teaching?
Really targeting civilian areas. There are over 2,000 civilians.
There they are.
This guy in my ear blocking the shot.
Союза были уже сделаны соответствующие заявления. Беларусь потеряла треть населения во Второй мировой войне. Мы хорошо знаем цену человеческой жизни. Мы скорбим по всем погибшим за последние 8 лет в Донецкой и Луганской народных республиках, в Киеве. Мы скорбим по людям, которые были заживо сожжены в Одессе. Мы скорбим по всем, кто погибает сегодня. Только переговоры могут остановить кровопролитие. Беларусь уже сделала многое и продолжает делать все возможное для урегулирования конфликта. В любой войне у каждой стороны есть своя правда. Любая война имеет собственную динамику, и по мере ее продолжения становится все более ожесточенной, что мы сегодня и наблюдаем. Мы все буквально тонем в море, в потоке лжи и дезинформации, которые распространяются информационными террористами. По-другому я этих людей назвать не могу. Абсолютное большинство из которых при этом сидит в удобных креслах в теплых кабинетах за тысячи километров от зоны боевых действий. Через несколько минут мы все приступим к голосованию по внесенному проекту резолюции. Этот проект на самом деле должен состоять из одного параграфа, написанного не на ООНовском языке, а на нормальном человеческом языке. Он должен содержать призыв к немедленному прекращению военных действий и проведению переговоров. Я понимаю, что у каждого из вас есть инструкции из столицы. Я также знаю, что некоторых из вас очень настойчиво просили проголосовать за этот проект. И я не имею никаких иллюзий по поводу того, какими будут результаты нашего голосования. И все-таки я прошу вас еще раз подумать и проголосовать по совести, хотя я понимаю, что за голосование по совести в ООН можно потерять работу. Благодарю вас за внимание.
I thank the distinguished representative of Belarus. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United States.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, my fellow delegates, to all those who dedicate themselves to the noble mission of this institution. Today, we call on Russia to stop its unprovoked, unjustified, unconscionable war. We call on Russia to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. We call on another neighbor of Ukraine, Belarus, who you've just heard from, to stop supporting the war and stop allowing its territory to be used to facilitate this aggression. And today, we stand together in holding Russia accountable for its violations of international law and to address the horrific human rights and humanitarian crisis unfolding before our eyes. This is an extraordinary moment. For the first time in 40 years, the Security Council has convened an emergency special session of the General Assembly. 40 years. Most of the men and women fighting in Ukraine were not even born the last time the United Nations came together in this way to unite for peace. And I would venture that many of the people in this room were not born when that happened. But a few of the eldest Ukrainians and Russians might recall a moment like this, a moment when one aggressive European nation invaded another without provocation to claim the territory of its neighbor. A moment when a European dictator declared he would return his empire to its former glory. An invasion that caused a war so horrific that it spurred this organization into existence. Now, at more than any other point in recent history, the United Nations is being challenged. If the United Nations has any purpose, it is to prevent war. It is to condemn war, to stop war. That is our job here today. It is the job you were sent here to do, not just by your capitals, but by all of humanity. A lot has happened very quickly to bring us to this unique moment. It was barely a week ago when, in the dead of night, President Putin launched a full-scale invasion of our fellow UN member state. At the very moment the Security Council was holding an urgent meeting attempting to foster diplomacy and de-escalation. As the Security Council discussed peace, Putin declared war. Ukraine has defended itself with great courage and vigor. As President Biden said in his State of the Union address last night, President Putin, and I quote, met a wall of strength he never imagined. He met the Ukrainian people. But the brazen and indiscriminate nature of Russia's attack has had devastating, horrific consequences for the entire country. Russia has bombed residential apartment buildings. It has bombed sacred burial grounds. It has shelled kindergartens and orphanages and hospitals. Russia has spurred mass hunger and caused so many to flee their homes. The latest UN estimate are marching toward 1 million people. We thank the countries who have opened their borders, who have opened their hearts, opened their homes to those fleeing Ukraine. And I want to echo the UN Refugee Agency's call to help and welcome all those fleeing conflict without regard to race or nationality. Refugees are refugees. For those who remain, Russia is destroying critical infrastructure, vital services which provide millions of people across Ukraine with drinking water to stay alive, gas to keep people from freezing to death. And now it appears Russia is preparing to increase the brutality of its campaign against Ukraine. We've seen videos of Russian forces moving exceptionally lethal weaponry into Ukraine, which has no place on the battlefield. That includes cluster munitions and vacuum bombs, which are banned under the Geneva Convention. We all have seen the 40-mile-long lethal convoy charging toward Kyiv. President Putin continues to escalate, putting Russia's nuclear forces on high alert, threatening to invade Finland and Sweden. At every step of the war, Russia has betrayed the United Nations. Russia's actions go against everything this body stands for. People across the world have already united together in exactly the way this General Assembly must do today. Protests and vigils against Russia's war and in solidarity with Ukraine, marked with blue and yellow, have sprung up across the globe. These are protests for peace. From Bangkok to Budapest, from Berlin to Buenos Aires, from Sydney to Seoul, from Calgary to Cape Town, and even in Moscow and Minsk. People everywhere are standing up to call for President Putin to stop this attack. The Russian people are themselves asking how many lives Putin will sacrifice for his cynical ambitions. And they are appalled at the answer. To the Russian protesters, I say thank you. Thank you for your bravery. To the Russian soldiers sent to the front lines of an unjust, unnecessary war, I say your leaders are lying to you. Do not commit war crimes. Do everything you can to put down your weapons and leave Ukraine. The truth is that this war was one man's choice and one man alone, President Putin. It was his choice to force hundreds of thousands of people to stuff their lives into backpacks and flee the country, to send newborn babies into makeshift bomb shelters, to make children with cancer huddle in hospital basements, interrupting their treatment, essentially sentencing them to death. Those were President Putin's choices. Now it's time for us to make ours. The United States is choosing to stand with the Ukrainian people. We are choosing, in coordination with our allies and partners, to impose severe consequences on Russia. We are choosing to hold Russia accountable for its actions, and we will soon turn to vote on a resolution that does just that. We believe this is a simple vote. Vote yes if you believe UN member states, including your own, have a right to sovereignty and territorial integrity. Vote yes if you believe Russia should be held to account for its actions. Vote yes if you believe in upholding the UN Charter and everything this institution stands for. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United States. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Observer State of the Holy See.
Mr. President.